going to Minnesota, are you? Oh, okay.
Well, it was a possibility and then not a possibility.
You can ski here.
Yeah.
No. Last county commission meeting, that was, what, probably 70 degrees out.
Oh, yeah.
Feels a lot of green out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The switch has switched. The worst part is coming week, the highs at 19 and 20 now. That's really tough.
Excuse me. Not maintaining my social distance.
Getting run over.
We're gonna run over, yeah.
I'll just wait up here again. Okay.
Yeah, shoulder block.
I see you can't get in your garage very well there, young lady.
No, I have, had to drive through the neighbor's yard and park in my backyard,
Yeah, that's what,
but it's filled in pretty good now on both corners of my house, so hopefully,
I see they're working right in front there today,
Yeah.
so hopefully they get everything.
I talked, they said, I figured that'd be done middle of January or February maybe.
Yeah.
with the paving in the winter,
No, they're gonna pave, they're gonna just leave it, they're not paving at all.
I don't think they're gonna be able to pave this
I'm
year. Well,
sure-
it's supposed to warm up a little bit, I think,
The
in
street's
November.
gonna be closed now until
But-
April.
You know, it depends on where their hot mix is. If that hot mix plant closes for the year, they're done.
Yeah.
You know, because, yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting to get anywhere. It's a new trip a new route to work every day, and then when you leave, it's a new route home.
See? It's not same old, you get
Right.
a different thing every day.
Right.
Different.
It's only been about a week since I haven't been able to park in my driveway, so it's not too bad. I threatened the guy, I said, I parked in there last Tuesday and I had to go get my daughter from Lego League, then I had to take Trice to basketball and then go pick him up for basketball. I said, if you block me in, you're gonna have to do all this chasing around for my kids. And he started laughing, he's like, we won't block you in. So then when I was ready to leave, the bucket was in front of behind my Suburban and the semi was back there, they just scattered. They were like, we're gonna let her out. They've been really nice though.
Oh, good, yeah.
It'll be nice when it's done.
That'll take a couple years, but before it's done.
I hope not. I would just like to park in my garage for the winter.
Yeah.
Yesterday morning, I had to trudge through my backyard with snow boots on and clean my car off just to get going.
Just maybe jumper cables handy.
You guys' mics are all up if you wanna pull them down.
And people know what they're saying.
I have no idea.
Sometimes we don't know what we're saying, so.
Yeah, and that's pretty good sometimes.
Is it?
It's not.
I saw that, I just looked, it was 8:58.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Time flies when you're
Okay.
having fun.
Good morning, everybody. It's 9 o'clock. We'll call our meeting to order. The first thing on business is to approve the agenda. And does anyone have anything they want to add or remove from the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to talk about that store a little bit more. Maybe that can be under our asbestos abatement that's on here already.
Okay. Okay, remind me there, so I got scribbles all over my paper here. There's some things I want to bring up on this agenda. I gave you guys a copy of the letter, and here's one for Shanna. She has a copy of it, though. I asked her for some things to be put on the agenda, and I sent it to her last Friday at 12:09. They are not on the agenda, and I want them added to the agenda.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
the agenda was published at noon.
I understand it. Thank you very much. We have a Century Code, and I'm having to repeat this over and over, Century Code 4404-20. Agenda items can be concluded at notice time when practicable. However, for a governing body failed to file an agenda with note or meeting or departure does not affect the validity of the meeting or action taken. The governing body is free to discuss any topic at a regular meeting as long as it's given. The law does not say there is a deadline to put stuff on the agenda. We can do it during the meeting if we choose to. That is the law.
Right.
Okay, thank you. I'm talking. This is a county commission meeting. It is not an auditor management meeting. County commissioners have the right to manage their meeting. That is our obligation and responsibility. Just relax. So, I asked for this to be put on the meeting at 12:09. It was not, and I'm asking that these items be added to the agenda. First item, healthcare transfer record. You guys have a copy of that. The second thing is I asked for a signed approval budget reports. And I'll bring that. That should be on the agenda. The third is 2020 year-end fund balance. I asked for that to be put on the agenda. I request that these items be included on the agenda for today, and I so move.
Second.
So we have a motion to include the items that I requested at 12:09 on Friday, being healthcare transfer fund, signed approval of budget reports, and 2020 year-end fund balance. We have a second. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you know the rules here, but you don't follow the rules. It's everybody else is supposed to, but not you.
The rules that are self-imposed by our website are not the rules of the state. I am following the state rules. Thank you very much.
I just want to say something to that effect. The agenda was sent out at noon on Friday. Your email came in 9 minutes later. It was already published, the agenda was already set, and the public was already made aware of what was on the agenda. That is why we have the noon deadline on Friday preceding, so that the public is well aware of what's being presented at the next meeting, so they can also prepare.
Thank you. The law says that we can add to the agenda at any time. Notifying the auditor I wanted these on the agenda on Friday at 12:09 still gave ample time to put it on our website and let the public know it. That is not an excuse. The law says that we can do this, and that's what I'm asking this board to do. So we have a motion to add these items to the agenda per Century Code 4404-20.
Is the motion to approve the agenda as amended?
No.
Yes,
The motion was to include the items that weren't listed,
yes, that's
not
correct.
to approve the
Shannon is
agenda.
correct. The motion is to include the items that I requested on Friday at 12:09. And I have a second. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, can those items be brought up at our next meeting and added to that agenda instead of today? Is there a reason that you have that you want them added today?
Yes, there is a reason I want them added today. They are important, or I wouldn't have requested them.
And your reason is?
The reason is that I have a right to request these, and I don't need to justify the importance of my reason. The deal is that, as a chairman, I have a right to request things to be put on the agenda. One of those is very critical, if you want reasons. Our budget is being overspent every month. And I have asked twice for a end-of-year fund balance report. I have not received it, so I asked for it to be put on the agenda. That is very important, that we start to take action to address our shortage in our apparent shortage in our budget. The other is the healthcare transfer fund record. There is, some board members approved the transfer of that monies into the general fund. There's a state law saying how that has to be done. I want that addressed today.
Well, can we have a vote on this? You're explaining everything now, so there's no reason to address them.
Merlin asked me why I felt it was important it would be done today, and I'm answering his question. They are important. We'll have other business next meeting that is also be important. So we have a motion to include these on the agenda. And we have a second. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? I made the motion, I vote aye. Merlin?
Aye.
Wayne?
I'll vote aye.
Dwayne?
No.
Motion passed. Thank you.
But I'm not exactly happy with the procedure.
Neither am I. I'm very disappointed in the procedure.
You know, basically the agenda is already filled up, and Christ almighty, some of us got a little other business that we gotta do after this, and then we get out of here at pertin' or 2 o'clock.
And she could have had that on the agenda for you before you ever got here. It could have been on your email
Your
Friday.
agenda is full.
No, the agenda is not full. It is full by, somebody says that we have to be out of here at 12:30? Who said that?
I did.
We have county commission business that needs to be taken care of. We only
You
meet
have,
twice a week.
you have fiddled around with this trial balance every meeting already.
Then
It's-
why don't I receive it? It's required.
Drive on.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think we need to step back and relax a little bit here, because it's getting to be a pick thing again, and that's just not good.
Conducive to
Well,
good
you
business.
had-
Thank you.
Christ, you have all week to get this on the agenda. You wait till the 9th hour, and then everybody's supposed to bow because the chair, spoke today. Come on, it's not the first day at the commission board. Drive on.
Thank you. Next thing, now we need a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So
I'll make
moved.
it. Oh, I'll second.
Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? Merlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Dwayne?
Aye.
Wayne?
All right,
And I vote aye. Motion passed. Next on the business list is to approve the minutes of October 7th. Is there any corrections to the minutes as presented? I do have a couple of corrections. One thing I want to, and Wayne, you are absolutely right. I waited to the 11th hour on that. It wasn't intentional, and I apologize for that. I concede what you said. Very true. Now, the minutes, I went to look online. It's not posted.
Nope, the USB was corrupt.
Okay, So there was no way for me to verify that. So I'm gonna ask that we go by our memory, and I got a couple things I want to put in. One of them, a couple of them are actions, and we're supposed to report all actions. Well, let's go to I need some help with the second and third line. No, it's the third and fourth. Schwer moved to approve the September 16 minutes with his suggestions. The next line, it says Dahl moved to approve the September 16 minutes as amended. They're both saying the same thing.
Well, that's what your motion was. We'll go back and-
It's just a correction thing.
Well, you must have had suggestions, and, because Merlin approved the minutes as amended. So I don't know what,
That's
I
what
wasn't
you're-
here.
That's what you said, move to approve with my suggestions included.
So-
Berger second,
So then Merlin's motion would be redundant.
but he made the motion.
Okay, so both of them stand. Okay, that's fine. Covering the tracks for me, huh, Merlin?
Thank you.
Yeah, good, helpful, thank you.
Yep.
All right, that was one question I asked. Right below where Dahl's approved the minutes, I asked that the list of vouchers used for review include the fund numbers for each voucher. I did ask that at the meeting. It's not in the minutes, that's an action. It should be included in the minutes. It's a question, but it needs to be listed. So I'd like that added there. The next thing is right after the paragraph, I think it's on page 4. Art Zeman was talking. And Zeman proposed the Mercer County Commission consider and act upon an exception to the Garrison Butte project. He asked us to do that. The action is, Schwer asked this exception be put in writing and sent to the land use administrator. I would like that also added. Or included, not added, included, because it was stated at that meeting.
Where do you want that?
Right after where Zeman proposed, Art Zeman returned to the board to answer questions. At the very end, he said, he proposed the Mercer County Commission consider and act upon an exception to the Garrison Butte project.
And what do you want on there?
And I wrote on there, Schwer asked this exception be put in writing and sent to the land use administrator. I still don't know what that exception was, but anyhow, that was another action. Actions need to be recorded. Farther down the line, Darby Berger gave a treasurer's report with a month-end balance of $4,907,000. I guess Shanna, I looked at her reports, I'm not sure how that number was derived.
It was on that report she gave you guys,
The balance sheet deal?
yeah.
Well, we're gonna leave it because I don't have that sheet with me right now. But she also, it's on this sheet right here, I do have that sheet, I'll hand it to you and you can show it to me.
It's right at the bottom number.
The number's way different.
Well, not on the sheet that she gave me.
I thought this was the one she gave me for the end of September. It says, your statement says month-end balance of,
That is not the number that was on the sheet that I had.
well, look at the top of that sheet, isn't that the end of September 30th?
Does anybody else have theirs up?
Yep, I got mine.
What's it say on the bottom?
What's it say in the very bottom?
Over here,
Yep.
5,937,263.39.
So there's a correction there. Typos, small thing. Okay, thank you. Okay, following that number, I would like this included, because she did do this. She showed us this. She showed we have overspent our revenues to date by $185,316.68. She presented that sheet to us. There it is. So I'd like those numbers, that, as part of her report, I would like that included in the minutes, as she presented it. One other thing is, here's another action. The treasurer stated the CARES money received is deposited into our checking account, and as such, it could be spent. I can give Shanna a copy of this when I'm done. I didn't run 6 copies. I didn't have that much ink in my printer today. And you even made a comment when she made that statement to Merlin, right? Okay? Schwer asked a separate line item be created on the treasurer's daily cash balance report to track this money, which I did. And Darby stated she had already done this. So this is what was included in that, during that meeting. And I'm gonna make a motion that the information presented today be included as stated at that meeting. So I have a motion to include the corrections as stated today. Do I have a second?
Second?
Is there any discussion? Any discussion? I made the motion, I'll vote aye. Merlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Wayne?
How about I?
Dwayne?
I wasn't here, so I can't verify what you said, so,
You still got to vote, so.
yeah, I will.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
I
thought you
just
were.
want to explain that.
Sure.
I'm gonna vote no.
Okay, thank you. So I'll give this to Shannon. So now I made a motion that the corrections be included, and it passed. I need a motion to accept the minutes as amended. Do we have a motion to accept the minutes as amended?
So moved.
Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion?
Need a
More
second.
discussion, you need a second on
You
this
need a
motion.
second.
I just thought of that. Thank you. Do I have a second for the motion? I'm sorry.
Second that motion.
Thank you, Wayne. So we have a motion and a second to approve the minutes as corrected. Merlin, is there any further discussion? I'm sorry. Merlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Wayne?
Vote aye.
Dwayne?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passed. The next order of business is to approve the bills.
I'll make a motion to approve the treasurer bills as presented.
Probably make just one motion today, Dwight's not here.
I'd like them separate. We already got a motion on the table, but I wanted to look through them a little bit more. We have a motion on the table to accept the treasurer's bills. Do we have a second?
Second that.
Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? Dwayne, how do you vote?
Aye.
Wayne?
Aye.
Merlin?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passed. This Swanson Youngdale bill, is that for the tank? Okay, thank you. And number 43, what is Quadient?
That's the postage machine.
Postage machine? That's the only questions I had. Do we have a motion to approve the regular bills?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second to approve the regular bills. Any discussion? No discussion. Merlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Dwayne?
Aye.
Wayne?
How about I?
And I vote aye. Motion passed. Next on our Order of business, we're a little bit early, so we should wait till 9:30 for that. So. I'm gonna move down to the other business. Some of those will go really quick. Do you wanna do the COVID now, or do you wanna have more time than 10 minutes? Merlin? I think we should have a little bit more time on that,
Mhm.
okay?
Maybe election we could do, is that tied with COVID?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just leave it. Let's talk about coal conversion dues. We tabled that because it was a tie vote last meeting, and I actually voted no on that because I was unsure of what the additional cost would be. And Cole County Conversion asked for our dues to be increased. So I found out that last year, our dues were $5,450. This year, them raising it would end up being 5,900, which would be another $450 more than last year. We have budgeted line item for that at 6,550. So now we have the information, so I guess I'm entertaining a motion to accept the increase or not. Dues for Cole County
Do we need
conversion.
to accept, do we need a motion on that, since we have the money in the budget for it? I got a preliminary number from somebody that was 6,550, so that's why that's in there.
Mhm.
So I don't know if we would need a motion, because it comes in, I would say only if you were gonna expend more than what we budgeted. Because you're gonna have to approve that when it comes to the board anyway, when they bill us. The board will approve that bill.
I know we'll see the bill, maybe, we might glance right past it. Your answer is correct, I mean, your logic is very good. I'm not sure that we need one either, so I guess we'll just use that for information. And if it was excessive,
What did it increase to?
5,950, no, I'm sorry, 5,900,
900.
Okay.
and that's per Steve Frovart. And he spent some time getting me all that stuff, so it should be quite accurate. So, looking at sheriff's fees for 11,960, do we have a motion to accept?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any discussion? Merlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Dwayne?
Aye.
Wayne?
How about I?
And I vote aye. We have the September landfill tonnage report, and that's just for review.
Looks good.
Do you need a motion to accept that, or is just, you're fine with that,
No.
Dwayne? Okay. You have a motion to accept September recorder's fees.
I'll make that motion to accept the recorder's fees for $6,817.80.
Do we have a second?
Second that.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Dwayne?
Aye.
Wayne?
How about I?
Merlin?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passed. We have a refund. Can you explain that NDRIN? Can you, the refund?
That is, they get so many dollars per document they record, and it goes into the doc pres account.
Okay, do we have a motion to accept the refund? Oh, no, that's just information, right? We don't need a motion.
No, we need a motion.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the refund of the NDRN into our dock preservation fund.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Merlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Dwayne?
Aye.
Wayne?
How about I?
And I vote aye, motion passed. The next is planning and zone board members.
I added that. We're short 2 board members. We've advertised, we're not getting any applications. I'm hoping that maybe you guys can put your feelers out there and find somebody to fill those positions. Because I know at the last meeting you ran into that issue of not even.
Didn't have a
having
quorum. We-
So, if we could try to stir up some interest in those positions, that'd be great.
Okay, I have a question. This board was created prior to me being here, and it's 9-member board. Because we're having trouble filling it and getting people to the meeting, what would be the process, or is it okay to reduce it to a 7-member board?
I don't think you can. I think it increased to 9 when this board increased to 5 members.
Can we inquire on that, whether we can reduce it or not?
Yeah, we can check with Jess, but I'm pretty sure that's when it increased to 9, is when we increased our board members to 5.
I will write,
Do you
let,
know offhand, Cindy?
That's what she said to me, that's what she said. It's because there's 5 of you, there has to be 9 of them.
so, okay, that answered my question. All right. I'm gonna address the public. If anybody knows anyone who would be interested in serving on the Planning and Zoning Board, we could use your help. Send your feelers out, talk to people. Our last meeting had to be adjourned because we did not have a quorum. We need to get business taken care of. We need some help. So call your friends, whoever, and see if we can do it. I sure appreciate anything. I've been doing it. I already put one feeler out. I just did another, and I will continue to do that. Thanks, Shannon, for putting it on the agenda. Okay. Oh. Well, this is under portfolio. Good morning.
Morning.
We just got done speaking for you. Can we ask you the questions so you can speak for yourself?
Okay.
And we were talking about planning and zoning board because we didn't have a quorum at our last meeting.
Oh, okay.
And the question that I asked, can that board be reduced? Because it's so hard to fill it.
No, only if the number of commissioners was reduced. By statute, when we had 3, you have to have 7 on planning and zoning. When we went to 5, you have to have 9. At least 2 of those have to be from the city council for the county seat. So we need 2 from Stanton. And at max, it can be 2 from this board.
Okay.
And there's no districting requirements
No.
on planning and zoning.
So anywhere in the county, but they have to be residents of the county.
Yeah.
So now everyone's heard the requirements, so please help us out, get us some people.
So do you want me to send Boyko a letter?
Yes,
Okay.
please. He hasn't
Last time
attended
we
it.
did this, well, because we'll need, without Marv, we'll need 1 more from their city council.
And Marv has resigned.
You're right, right. So, last time I sent a letter to the mayor asking him to appoint, so I can do that again.
Okay, please do that.
Yep.
We're really struggling here. We've got some up and coming important business and it has to have that board. Okay, we're at 9:29. I'm just going to pause. 9:30, we have a new item.
I'll push play at 9:30.
Yeah.
Okay.
Moving right along here today. A minute can take forever, huh?
Play.
Only when you're, okay, thank you. It's 9:30. We're, next thing on the agenda is Asgard Resources, and I'll let Cindy have the floor.
This is an application for a temporary use permit that P and Z combined number 553 and 554 into 554. It's from Asgard Resources LLC to mine sand into process at the wash plant in section 24. One of the subject parcels is 320 acres and is located approximately 5 miles east and 3 miles south of Hazen, and is described as the north half of section 25, township 144, range 86 of the 5th Principal, Meridia, Mercer County, North Dakota. The property is owned by Sebastian's. The other subject parcel is 480 acres and is located approximately 5 miles east and 2 miles south of Hazen, and is described as the west half and the west half of the east half of section 24, township 144, range 86 of the 5th Principal, Meridia, Mercer County, North Dakota. The property is owned by Beckles, which is where the mining along with the wash plant will be. P and Z did recommend approval on September 17th, along with the following conditions: that permit 554 as described as attachment A, which is hereby incorporated by reference, is hereby recommended for approval, subject to the terms and conditions described below. And then, so we had all of the conditions that are under section 4 in the Mercer County temporary use permits under 5A, number 1 through 15. And then they did add all weeds and grasses in all active mining areas of use, including but not limited to wash plant and buildings, roadways, ditches, trails, etc., must be maintained in an acceptable manner and cannot exceed a height of 12 inches and must meet county weed board guidelines. And like Jessica said, I'm not gonna be out there with a ruler. And it did pass this way, but Commissioner Schwer had wanted the DOT approval, but the rest of them didn't want that, so. And John and Stanton are here if you have any questions.
Okay. Commissioner Berger is not here, and I'm gonna ask Mr. Sebastian and Mr. Beckel a question. As I understand it, he contacted you guys and asked you guys for some considerations. Would one of you mind coming to the dealer, just so the board member knows what's going on? Somebody want to come to the microphone? Okay. What Mr. Berger may have asked, I don't know, I wasn't there, but I think he asked that for 4 other things to be considered. Are you familiar with those?
Yep, I talked to him yesterday about them.
Okay, would you mind describing that
I
conversation?
didn't get a written list, I just talked about it.
Want to pull that microphone down so we can hear you?
I guess I'm gonna answer as I asked Leroy. Dwight had 4 more conditions that he wanted put onto this, onto this mining permit. Do you remember what those 4 were? Okay, what I remember of it, he asked that no more than 40 acres be disturbed.
Including the road. He wanted the road included?
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. The other one?
I believe he asked it to be at least a mile away from a resident. I was thought that's what he had asked me, so.
Okay, I didn't write it.
Instead of me trying to remember what he verbally told me, tell me what his 4 conditions are,
I
would make
don't-
it easier.
I don't know either. What I wrote down is that he asked for the road area to be included in the 40 acres.
Yep.
553 and 554 to include the road conditions of 555. He wanted the same DOT recommendations. That was 2 of them. And the other one, the 4th one I don't remember. The 3rd one, I think, is to move the process plant farther west to the, closer to the section line.
Correct.
So that would give much more distance between you and Mr. Lundstrom.
And the 4th one he told me was that it would be transferred to any new owners, but I don't even know that you can do that, so.
If Asgard or anybody else sold any of this property, that all these conditions ride along with it.
Yeah.
It had something like
The
that.
permit will apply to the property.
Yep.
Okay,
So if Asgard wants to sell out their interest to whatever they're doing, they can sell it out, but everything
all
that we're
subject.
talking about sticks to the
It's,
property.
it's like an easement or something, it's subject
It-
to
Oh.
all prior things like that, yep.
Okay,
It's tied
So-
to the land.
Yes.
and-
So one thing I was mentioned without talking to Leroy, having a chance to talk to him about it, but in trying to, we're adding more regulations on, which we were here a year ago trying to make these. Now at this last hour, we're gonna add 4 more on, which is all talking about it. But when you restrict down to 40 acres and then you suggest to go to the west, you add another 2 miles of road onto there. So in doing that, you're making it really tough to stay in 40 acres. Now, on the last profile where they were coming up straight off that approach, going straight south to where we were gonna mine, which would still stay, road would stay 1/4 mile away from Lundstrom's property, and we'd proceed. So then this came up yesterday, and I, didn't have time to talk to them or John about it because it's a big expense. And, these were not part of the conditions we started with, and we're at the last hour. You guys are talking about getting information at the last minute? Here it is. So it doesn't seem fair to myself, but it's all an understanding, and like anything, we want to make things work out there. And the one person that's gonna be affected is Dave and Kathy, and I'm concerned, they're my neighbors. So we're gonna try our best to make it possible.
okay. I wanted the other board members to be aware of the discussions that are going on, so that as they vote today, they're aware of it. So I'm gonna ask you, what are your feelings on those 4 conditions?
I'm gonna go back to, we can talk to Dave about it, and see where we go with it. The road stays quite a ways away. In profile where the plant goes, again, it adds a lot of distance out into the prairie. So now you're talking about dust. Now you're making them pound 2 more miles of, gravel. So this was the most direct, least road to Highway 200 possible.
Gotcha.
And in the process, you guys are all aware how this works in the mining, you can do that process to reduce this dust. And that's why you guys set up these guidelines. And I like the discussion about it, but I don't like it to stand at the last hour for a vote on making this go or not. And we already had a list of items that we already had on a piece of paper, so I don't feel you guys should be adding on at this time. But we can all discuss it in good nature, because we'd like to see it work, so.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
go ahead, Merlin.
I don't wanna be a fly in the ointment here, but I might be the fly in the ointment, but I have a parliamentary inquiry, and I'm tickled that you're here, Jessica.
She looks happy now.
Okay.
But at the last meeting, the motion that prevailed said that to table our temporary use until there's a full board. Well, we don't have a full board today, so your opinion on that is new motions today, since it's a new meeting, or the old motion said until we have a full board? What can you tell me about that?
Well, I think you could rescind that portion of the motion to have a full board to proceed today.
That's what we'd have to do. We'd have to rescind the other motion, and then someone would have to make a motion to accept or deny.
Good, I think we should follow proper procedure, so.
I like that, Merlin. It's good to have a scholar sitting up here reading all the notes. Thanks.
I took the dunce cap off.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Thanks.
Yep. So now we're all up to speed where we're at, everybody? So, we have a motion to table it until we have a full board. We do not have a full board. Do we have a motion to rescind that motion, or do we want to wait until we have a full board? I'm asking the commission.
I think we can vote on it. We've done that before when members were absent.
First, we'd have to have a motion to rescind the prior motion.
Mr. Chairman, also rescind that motion from the last meeting.
Do we have a second? Is this being done properly, right, Jess? Yep. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Wayne, how do you vote?
I'll vote aye.
Dwayne?
Aye.
Merlin?
Aye.
I vote no. Motion passed. Now we need a motion to accept or deny the request.
You mean the permit?
Your permit, yep.
Move to approve number 554, temporary use permit.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I think, with the folks that we have here now, probably be the time to hear one of that. Since we're, at least I'd recommend that we're, hear the discussion and pros and cons before we vote on the thing.
Does anybody in the public want to make a comment before we vote?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That's a good suggestion. Any further discussion by the board? Vernon, how do you vote?
Aye.
Dwayne?
Aye.
Wayne?
I'll vote aye.
And I vote no. I'm in favor of the deal, the same as I stated at the planning and zoning. I wanted that other condition put on there, and it's not there, so.
Oh, yeah, no, I got my own, I don't need yours. I got a whole.
Now you guys gotta go to digging.
Sitting by my small. Oh, you want your clip bag too? I know.
Can I say something? Not in the meeting or just in general? All right. Just
Speak
as
up to the-
As anybody in any company that comes into the county here, we'll do our best to make everything work for Dave as well as Asgard in trying to make it go. We'll try and place it, in the best place possible, but we'll consider what those 4 conditions are and go from there. The only thing I could see for John would have to say that, but adding 2 miles onto that gravel road seems a lot of excessive. We're tearing up a lot more ground, and then we're gonna ask it to go down a section line that's never been opened up. And so it gets into a whole nother ball of activity with the county. So here, we're on private property all the way to the Highway 200, and the dust control will do a very good job at it.
I wanted to put that statement on record, so I'm gonna condense it, if I could, but I need your approval, okay?
That's fine.
I wrote down, we'll consider 4 conditions, and we'll do best to work with neighbors and do our best to keep conditions as best we can. Is that, Dave, is that close?
What's that?
You, I can't put word, okay, what you just said, I want a matter of record. Says you will consider the 4 conditions, and you will work with the neighbors as best you can, and you will do the best you can to keep conditions as favorable as possible.
Absolutely.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Thank you for that statement.
I am, and so is my son, also a neighbor, so
Mhm.
we need the same conditions as everybody else.
Good for you guys.
But I also need the money coming out of there, and the county needs the tax base, and we need a few extra jobs. So
You still have to run a business, right?
Exactly.
Okay. And thank you
Thanks a lot.
for this, going through this whole big, long process.
Appreciate it.
Mhm.
Thank you, guys.
You bet. No, we still got some more time till 10 o'clock. We got quite a bit of time here. Let's talk about COVID/election. I sent, Shannon, did you by chance bring a copy of that email? I asked Gwen if she could bring it to the meeting. The reason I sent Shannon a list, Merlin called, this is for the other board members, so you guys get up to speed. Merlin called and said, Marv, we're concerned about COVID. I had a couple other phone calls from other departments, people in the courthouse. And it was like, should we be taking some action? What can we do? So I called Nadako and I got a hold of, what was his name? One of their safety people. I should know his name, I don't have it with me. He sent a list of suggestions that we could follow. And per that information, I sent some suggestions to Shanna. Now, as a single person, not a board, not as a board decision, I know that it's only for a suggestion. So I sent those to her for thought. And you don't have a copy of those with you.
No.
Would you mind calling Gwen to see if she would bring a copy in here? I don't have, so anyhow, that's what we did. I did bring some documentation, if I can find it here, from Nadako. I thought I had this all in order here. Yep, here it is. For us to consider, because North Dakota is starting to get really high. And I'm gonna let Merlin talk about this. Here's one of the sheets that we got, county level changes. I'll let Merlin have the floor. He's the one that contacted myself. Go ahead.
Yes, we seem to be getting, well, not seem, we are getting more and more positives in Mercer County. And there may even been some in the building here. And I'm coming from the maintenance department for Jim. And one thing we need to do is know when we do have cases within our building. Now, I know we can't be saying names or whatever, but for cleaning and those kind of things, we need to really know. And the other thing would be, do we want to be changing our protocols here for the building itself? We have an election coming up, and I know Jim said there was a lot of people here voting. And early voting, I believe, starts next week. Monday. So, as it is right now, we're wide open with no protocols or nothing, except we suggest that people use the hand sanitizers that are coming in. But if we want to be proactive on it, I know that the governor has moved his news conference from today to Friday. Now, if we get moved to the orange level, since we have our higher amount of cases, do we want to work on it now, or do we want to talk about it later, or whatever? But there's things such as masks that are not a popular item to talk about, and we do have restrictions to the building. I know there's some counties that are going back to the having all the work with the county officials done on phone or make an appointment. And there's some places that are requiring temperatures be taken. There are some cities that are requiring masks. Just asking if it's a big enough problem or difficulty here in Mercer County for us to be doing anything addition to what we're doing right now, which is basically not really anything. And if so, let's put it into place so that everybody knows what's going on with it. And maybe we can take the slash out of there and talk about election now, Shanna. If we did some restrictive things, that'd probably screw things up for that
Right.
bad time, wouldn't it?
Yep, and our polling place is here for next week, and then our polling place on election day is at the Hazen City Hall. And I've been in, I've had conversations with the mayor over there. We legally have to hold an election. There's no way around it. So even if we would go to a red county, we still have to hold an election. And Jerry and I discussed that we would still keep City Hall open for the election. I got that grant a couple weeks ago for election, so we've purchased a lot of stuff for COVID. We have the social distancing signs for the floor. Like up here, we're gonna plan on having the voters come in this way, and we have arrows for the floor, and they'll put the ballot machine will be over there, and then we'll redirect them out that way, so we don't have the in and out traffic. At the Hazen City Hall, we're gonna have them go in the front door, and the arrows are gonna guide them out to go out the side door through the small hall, so that we don't have in and out traffic coming through the same door. We've purchased sneeze guards, face shields, face masks, gloves. The Secretary of State's office has sent a pen for every voter that's wrapped so that nobody's touching the same pen. We've hired extra people on election day to sanitize and clean every spot after each voter. Purchased the hard secrecy sleeves instead of using paper ones, so those can be wiped down and sanitized between each voter. So we have done with election everything, but we have to leave the courthouse open. We have to allow the public to come in and vote. This board has made the motion to have early voting, so we, at this point, are unable to shut down the courthouse. We will have to allow it through election day at the least.
Okay, then as far as protocols, Jessica, have you heard anything from the court system on any restrictions going on? I know was it Ward County or something had some difficulty, so they're canceling cases or whatever.
Well-
And what's, because if we put something in place here,
Yeah. The Supreme Court way at the beginning came down with some of those different orders. Some are still in effect, some are not effectively right now. It kind of rests with each district to kind of determine what they're doing. In our district, our presiding judge is Judge Romanek. His order is still outstanding that basically gives the jail some discretion on warrants to cut people loose without a hearing if necessary due to COVID issues and whatnot. So that, we're continuing to navigate that. As far as courtroom, Judge Romanek is allowing each judge that comes up to determine how they want to hold court. So we have a couple judges that prefer to come up here. We do it in person. We had one judge that appeared from Bismarck by ITV. Everybody was here. Next week we have court via Zoom with the judge on Zoom, everybody appearing by Zoom. They also continue to utilize the public access phone number. So some attorneys are calling in for that. So we're continuing to navigate that. Nothing major has changed from before. In the event of any jury trials, we'll proceed like we did in August with that one. Jury, being separated, different things like that. So, yes, there's changes. It depends on the specific judge, depends on the specific hearing, and we just continue to navigate it.
so if we decided to close the courthouse for stuff, then the court system would override anything that we would do, right?
No, and that was one of the concerns early on. The judge was looking to everybody to find out if we close it entirely, they would honor that. But if you'll recall, we had initially closed and then opened because at that point, court was shut down. So we were entirely closed. And then when court kind of started picking back up, we did closed except for court participants. And I would recommend we continue with that. When we've got protocols in place when people are coming in for court, they've kind of adjusted the scheduling a little bit, trying so we don't have such a huge cattle call at one time. And we're still doing that. Public isn't allowed in there, it's defendants and whatnot, which is why they still have the public access phone number. So in the event we were to go that way, I would recommend we have that provision again, to close it except for court participants. And that would be attorneys and parties.
Okay.
Yep.
Because, Mr. Chairman, it seems like now we're kind of scattershot here with some doing this, some doing that, some not knowing what to do. I think road department guys, you were wondering the other day about doing this, what you're supposed to do and whatever too, correct? I don't know, Jim said he got a call from a road department or wondering, what you're supposed to do with it.
Procedures, I think.
Yeah,
But that was different. That's an HR payroll timekeeping thing.
oh, okay.
That
Yep.
had to do
Well,
with the CARES Act.
And there's a huge distinction between the road department and courthouse and sheriff's office. So each, that's the other thing, is there's not gonna be a one size fits all. I mean, honestly, on the face of it, you would think for court, that would be, we have standard operating procedure, and I'm already telling you, each judge is different. So likewise, each department is gonna be different. So what might work over there is not gonna work over here.
So looking back then, what did we do when we decided to open up again? Did we throw out everything that we had before
No.
in there, or did we
We're,
keep some?
we're still, following CDC guidelines. And I would recommend we keep it that way because those change. All of this continues to change, so the best thing is to give some flexibility in that. Say, like with the court participants, the recommendation, those sorts of things. Shanna, I and Jim, sat down and had a meeting trying to kind of flesh some of this stuff out. It's tough, it's the best way to say it. We get a confirmed case, well, a lot of times pending those results or prior to that, that employee's been in. Then we have difference between quarantine for being a confirmed case versus a close contact. So, you know, given the difference in departments and given the difference of how this could be, I mean, if I'm the confirmed case, that looks different for me in my isolated office than it might be for, say, Cindy, where her and Jen have a communal working space. You know, so it's tough to navigate, and the idea of the sanitizing and all that stuff, it's understood, but it's still frustrating just because of the delay in testing. So it's tough, but I think we're doing the best we can.
Okay, well, the concerns came to me from Jim.
Right,
Yes.
and when we discussed that too, on our end, trying to figure out a plan, it's frustrating, because if somebody's went and gotten tested, we don't know if they had days off in between until 5 days later, then they call and say, well, I'm a positive case. Well, for those 5 days, I didn't have any idea, Jim didn't have any idea, so that space didn't get deep cleaned. So I did send out an email to all the department heads last week, I think, and reiterated, if you have somebody sick in your office, make sure you send them home. And then let me know so that we can get maintenance in there to deep clean that area, because according to CDC guidelines, it should sit, that space should sit empty for 24 hours, and then Jim needs to go in there and deep clean it. So, but if I'm not getting a heads up from any department heads of who's sick, I don't know to even contact Jim and let him know.
Well,
Well,
and
it seemed to me that we were kind of leaning on HIPAA with this thing for quite a while, but, you
Well,
know,
and
it
we
isn't,
weren't asking for specific names, we were
No.
just wondering department areas, you know?
it isn't necessarily HIPAA that's so much the issue here as just the putting this into practice, because we talked too with Jim about the idea of if we have a sick employee to let him know. Well, sick meaning what? Because we have somebody out on sick leave, that doesn't necessarily mean COVID. It could be a migraine headache, and to what extent do we as department heads have any idea that this is gonna be COVID? And to that end, you're gonna have Jim sanitizing everything a lot because people are sick, and what that means ultimately, we don't find out for days because of the testing process.
Yeah, it's gonna be longer now.
Assuming they go in and get tested too. So the CDC guidelines, some of these mandates, all this stuff comes out, it sounds good, but when you get down to putting it into practice, it's not that simple. And when there's certainly not a cookie cutter approach to this. So I think the dialogue has been good in trying to navigate it, and that's what we're trying to do. But is it perfect? By no means, none of this is.
Well, Merlin, the sad case is you can be a carrier and you don't even know it.
Well,
You
that's,
feel okay. I mean, you might have just a little symptom, but you may not have any. And then all of a sudden, another family member, then they go get tested and, well, here they're positive. This is the part that's really, it's like a silent disease in a way. So how do you know these things, you know?
right.
Okay,
It-
sorry.
That's fine.
One of the suggestions that I asked, and currently Shanna and Jessica and some of the people have done a lot more discussion on this because of the variables than I have. One of the suggestions I had is could we, possibly put this notice on the office door. That this office may have been compromised with COVID-19, wear masks when doing business here. Is that a suggestion that would help or not help, or would that be? Here's what I got from the DACO, and this, I can pass it, I only made one copy, I only have one copy. It says if a worker is confirmed, this is, get the CDC website and everything on it. It says, if a worker is confirmed positive, promptly inform co-workers and contacts. They suggest that. And so that's why I asked, would it be practical, or is it practical, that if an office has someone confirmed, that you post a notice on the door or window that this office may have been compromised with COVID, wear a mask to do business here. And they also recommended that all employees in that office wear masks. They actually recommend all the employees wear masks that are working in the same office. But anyhow, that's the first question, I'm gonna ask you that.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I'm glad you got the questions and everything, that's good, but looking at the clock, I would yield my time here on this to, going on to the next item, which is our road department.
Thank you, we have to do that. I was looking, but I missed it the last minute. We have a parliamentarian here today, thank you. It helps.
It's fun to be in Parliament.
Okay, road department, you're up next, please. And the first thing on your list is the award bid for 2 or more graders. And Ken, do you mind if I take the floor at this point? Okay, I did quite a bit of work on the estimates for these 2 rotor graders. And then I also visited with Ken. And first I'll go through the 2 rotor grader deals. If we buy machine from each company, it actually costs us quite a bit more money than if we buy 2 machines from one company. If we buy 2 Butlers, it's a certain price. If we buy 2 John Deeres, it's a certain price. If you buy 1 John Deere and 1 Caterpillar, then it's a different price. If you buy them one of each, it's more expensive. Now, if we buy, I'm just gonna walk through this so you guys can listen to the numbers here. I'm talking about the Butler machine now, that's all I'm talking about. The new machine is $363,000, our buyback's $145, that comes out, you subtract that, so our cost is $218. A new snow blade is $13,950, so our cost is $231,950. We get a trade-in for the old snow blade, so if we buy 1 Butler machine, it's $229,450. Now, if we buy 2 machines from them, you double that price, you get $726,000, this would be for 2 machines. We would get our John Deere buyback of $158,700, John Deere. The Caterpillar buyback would be $145, so that reduces that cost to $422,300. And if we buy 2 new snow blades, which would be required because our old snow blade doesn't fit the new machines, that is now $27,900, so that comes out to $450,200 minus the other old snow blade. So if we buy 2 machines, it's $447,700. That's the Butler machine. Now, if you go through the same scenario with John Deere, I'm just gonna, I'll check my math here. 1 machine is $332,980, the buyback's $158,700, subtract it, so our cost is $174,280. You buy 1 new snow blade, that's $13,800, so that comes to $188,080. That would be our cost. We would still have an old, now we could still keep our old snow blade on that John Deere for at least for a while yet. We wouldn't have to buy that $13,800. If we buy the new blade, the cost would be $188,080, but we would have a blade on hand that we would have to sell outright. It's not part of the bid package. If you buy 2 John Deere machines, the cost is $665,960. Again, the buyback would be $158,700 plus the Cat machine $145. The cost is $362,260. 2 new snow blades, $27,600. The cost is $389,860. Then you subtract 1 old snow blade, the Cat snow blade of $3,200, and I don't have that number in here because I was counting on the other John Deere, and you can't do that. So it's $389,860. So it's $386,660. That's with the 2 John Deere machines. John Deere gives us a 90,000 buyback on our machines. So buying, from what I see, it appears less cost if we buy 2 John Deere machines. Now, this here's the part I visited with Ken about. We have some money left over in the 2020 budget. And we've gone through these numbers a couple of times, but it appears that we have quite a bit of money left over in the 2020 budget. And I'll go through those, but where I'm headed with this is, after I give you this, the money that's left in our 2020 budget, I'm gonna suggest that we use the 2020 excess to buy these machines, and we won't have to use the 2021 money. We'll have enough. But, I'm gonna go through these numbers. What I'm gonna suggest is that we table, after we go through these numbers, that we table the vote on these machines until Shanna has opportunity to double check our math. So everybody is fully comfortable with the numbers. Because Shanna hasn't been part of this, and it's not fair, I don't believe, to not include that. So, what it appears that we may have is, the 26 overlay project is 871,000, consultant fees is 82,000, that's a total of 953,000. We only have to pay 20% of that, which is 190,726. And we'll give a copy of this to Shannon. So that's what on the 26 overlay project, that's how much money that we would have to spend is 197,26. Instead of the total, because it's 80-20 split, right? Okay? So we also have a total for all the 2020 projects. 26 overlay is 190,000 plus. Striping is 57,000. 37 riprap is 67. That comes out to a total of little over 314,000. Our budget for 2020 was 1.2 million, 1.3 basically. If we subtract all those costs that we have there, unless we miss something, and that's why we want to look at this one more week, one more meeting time. It looks like we'll have over $1 million left in our road fund for 2020. And upon verification of this, we'd be able to use that money for purchasing these 2 John Deere machines, or 2 Butlers, whatever you guys choose to vote for. So, what I'm gonna ask at this time is that for a motion to table this till our next meeting, upon review of 2020 finances. Go ahead, Dwayne.
According to the minutes from the last meeting, you tabled this till today so Ken could review the bids. I haven't heard nothing from Ken.
Okay, good.
And-
That would be part of the discussion then, right?
Well, I'd like to hear from him, but I don't see where, if he has the numbers there, why we should table it till the next meeting again.
I just wanted to be fair for Shannon so she could verify it, that's all. Okay, Ken, Dwayne asked you to speak. What's your thoughts on this?
Well, that's my question as far as what we had said about that 1.287 million is contractor costs, the contractor cost line item. That's where we're hoping to get the funds out of there to cover this portion. Because if we lease these machines, we're gonna be paying, it's like $50-some thousand for the 6 years in just interest. If we buy them up front, we don't have to pay that interest. That's the choice we gotta make if we wanna pay for them out of this year's budget, or do we wanna keep on paying, I think one was 38 and one was 32,000 every year for the next 6 years, starting in October of next year.
Well, I believe you only have 20-some thousand in your equipment purchase line
Right?
for 2020. And then back when the commissioners asked departments to shave 10% off their budget, you took off, the Hazen Bay overlay project for 2020 to decrease your budget by 510,000. So this board asked him to reduce his budget, he reduced his budget, and now this board is asking to spend out of the payment to contractor to buy motor graders. I just wanna be clear on that's what your intention was. Because any other department comes in here and asks for tires, and they have a big line item that they haven't used money out of, the answer is no. So, just wanna make that clear.
Thank you. We did reduce the expenditures for 2020, and we do have a 3-year and actually even up to 2025 plan, right? And we budgeted for those for 2021. That was part of our budget process. So the projects that we reduced for 2020, some of those got moved, 2021 parts of them. We're budgeted, we're okay with that. But as a result of that reduction, we have some excess funding in our road fund. We have excess monies, and it was good management. Why wouldn't we use those monies for the road graders?
But didn't we just have a conversation at this board that we're pushing off road projects? And eventually they're all gonna need to get done, so now we pushed off a road project to buy motor graders?
We pushed off a road project and we moved it to the following year and we budgeted for it, so we covered it. It's covered.
But for the following year, then we've moved other road projects out further.
Yep. So the answer is no, we're not doing that. We're budgeting and we have a plan to get to where we need to be. Part of that plan is we have to purchase some road graders. There's no question about that. So, do we move it into 2021 and add it to that line item? And how are we going to do that? Or if we have excess monies in 2020, why wouldn't we use those monies? They're already here. We have to buy the road graders. It's just a question of which amount of monies. And if we have the monies in 2020, as a result of the planning that we've already done, why wouldn't we use it? Anybody else have any thoughts, board members?
Well, I seem to remember a few meetings ago when we were approached by the highway department on these road graders purchase. To get bids now, because it takes a while to get them for next year. That was the discussion here and the request. So I thought that's what we were doing here.
Okay.
Both companies would have by the end of the year, and that's, I'm pretty sure when the buybacks, they have to be returned back, is by the end of this year, or early 2020, or 2021.
So if we table this till our next meeting, would you still be able to get your graders in time?
We would still have to accept or choose a bidder, because the prices for one bidder I know are due the end of October here, is what I found out this morning.
Okay, we asked that earlier. We didn't
As a
know.
matter of how we're gonna pay for them, we could table. If we wanna pay for them, lease them, because we would have that in next year's budget, or do we take it out of this year's budget where we can work with Shannon and see where we're coming up with these numbers? We could award the bid and work on it and determine where we're gonna get the money to purchase these from 2020 or from 2021's budget. Do we lease them or do we purchase them? Yes, if need be, yeah.
So I'm looking at these two proposals, and I may not have all the documentation apparently. I don't see where it says that this offer is good till the end of October.
I talked with Steve this morning, that's where it was from November, you said, Steve, something till end of October? The actual.
Yeah, the bids, it's good for 30 days from then, so you'd be past, but our actual discount ends the end of October. But it doesn't matter to us how they get paid for, the price is still the same. I mean, you can award the bid, and we don't
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, is that the same way with Butler? You guys got,
The two motor graders that we bid, we do have on the ground now, and have on reserve for you until you award them. So we could make delivery of those machines before year end at the price that we bid. So I guess that answers your question.
I guess I didn't see anywhere where it said these bids were only good for 30 days, so that kind of puts a different slant on things.
That's what I kind of figured, that's normally how they did it in the past, so I know it, yeah.
Well, I guess we're looking for a motion to purchase or lease, and which ones?
We don't have to, well, yeah, purchase or lease, but. Right.
From the numbers that I crunched, the two John Deere machines are less money. I come up with 386, 660. Hopefully I did my math right there. And 447, 700. And the John Deeres have a buyback of 90,000.
Ken, which do you recommend? Still don't think you've made your recommendation.
Well, with the prices and with the budget crunch that we're in, I mean, they're both good machines, it's just that one's cheaper than the other, you know, so I would have to go with the cheapest bid, and a John Deere is what, because there's quite a bit of difference between the two, and like I say, with the budget crunch the way it is. And like I say, they're both good machines, it's just. Right.
Well, I'll make a motion based on Ken's comments there that we have to go with the cheapest bid, and appears to be John Deere. And I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second?
second?
Any further discussion?
It's two machines, right?
Yes.
And what is, again, what is the total price for those two?
I would like John Deere to tell us that too.
Because I don't know, I heard, you know, I got your price, but I just want to make sure that we know what, with the wing and all this and that, and so we got it straight here.
Okay. I would like the representative of John Deere, after Ken answers that, I would like him to review those numbers,
Make sure.
make sure that they're accurate. Go ahead, Ken.
We had on there that 665,960, and then minus that 158,700, 145 is 362,260. And then we would have to add, that wing was 13,500. Do you remember, Steve?
We have to add two wings, right?
Well, we can't get the two wings. So we're gonna have to,
Okay,
we're only gonna have to get the one. So-
okay, all right.
So
So that's
that 362,
13,800.
260, I gotta figure out what we had for. Yeah, I think it's 13,500. I can tell you in what, 2 seconds.
13.8.
It's 13,800.
13,800?
Yeah.
Okay, so 13,800. 376,060, and then minus, and what's the trade-in, 2,500 from? 3,200. Okay, so minus this. So it'd be 372,860.
So that's one new wing, right?
Yep.
these numbers right?
Should be.
Steve, does that look right to you?
I guess I didn't hear what Ken said the
Oh,
Total was,
difference was.
should be a total of 372,860 is what I come up with. For two machines
in the one wing.
and a wing, and the trade-in of that other one and the two machines, well, the buybacks on them.
370,
2,860,
yep, that's right.
372,860?
yeah,
That would be
right.
purchasing two blades, two trade-ins, and purchasing one wing.
Right.
Okay. 372,860.
Got it.
Is that part of your motion then?
Yeah.
Okay,
Can I clarify, this bid is specific to leasing, correct? No?
Just this one.
Well, it's kind of both, because it has the purchase price there too. The
Does it
top
have,
one.
the first one is the purchase and the
Yeah.
second one is leasing. But it's the same price whether you
It's-
lease or purchase
Okay.
for both companies, right?
I just wanna make sure with the amortization and all those sorts of things that didn't change anything for anybody, right? Okay, all right.
what's the tax rate?
We don't pay tax.
We
Don't have to pay tax?
No.
No.
Okay, wow.
No,
I guess I knew that, but I forgot it this morning when I was going, geez, I wonder how much the taxes would be. All right, good deal. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion?
So again, for clarification, Mr. Chairman, we're getting, two machines, 372,860 each, correct?
No.
Together.
No,
Altogether.
together, two machines.
Okay. I'm glad we got that 50% discount straightened out. I'm just kidding, okay.
Okay. So is there any further discussion? Dwayne, how do you vote?
Aye.
Merlin?
Aye.
Wayne?
I vote aye.
I vote aye. Motion passed. Next on the agenda is the Dan Green Road.
Thank you, yeah, thank you.
You bet. You bet.
Thanks, Casey. Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, Casey.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, last commission meeting, we were approached to put 3 loads of gravel on, I guess it's, the legal description is 49th Avenue, kind of south of the crossroads. And if we look at, it's an unimproved road. It's never, if we look back at the history of it, Dan had talked to one of the former commissioners, and one of the former commissioners had said that they were gonna, the county would build the road for them, and Jessica clarified that procedure, that it was not
Yeah.
right.
You want me to take
Yeah,
this?
yeah, please.
We went back to 2014 is when this was discussed. If you want to pass those out. At that point, Mr. Green had come in and discussed this section of road. There had been some confusion. At that time, Commissioner Bitterman had indicated it would be improved. I had reminded him we needed full board, action on that. Ultimately, there was a motion passed at that time to follow protocol, have Superintendent Miller furnish an estimate to Green and do the project as time permits. Otherwise, if Green chooses to go with a private contractor, he can do so at his own expense, which comports with Century Code that section line can be approved with the board's blessing at the expense of the landowner. In looking at this further, so we have that direct history, that motion's already been passed, and how this road is supposed to happen. I dug into this a little bit more, trying to get some historical perspective further. And now, the county designates its road system, that gets sent to DOT. I looked at DOT's county road designation map. This particular one, let's see, is this little section right here, okay? Notice the markings of this whole area here, but in particular, this section here. when you look at their legend, that marking shows unimproved road. Okay, unimproved road. This map is from 2013. That was a year before this board took any action on it. So our county road has designated that as an unimproved road. That's also reflected in our plat map, which I point to loosely because we know they aren't always entirely correct, but to that extent, you'll notice here as well, the marking indicated, and this is the 2020 version, the markings here. Again, their glossary showing that that is actually a dirt road. So based on the DOT 2013 county designation map, it's an unimproved road. Based on the current plat map, it's a gravel road. And this board in 2014 already made a motion to how to address this road, none of which lends itself to indicating we need to, at our expense, put gravel on that road. As noted in the minutes from that time, and I stand by it, we've had this issue come up over and over and over. At no point have we ever handled these this way. And to the issue of the bus turnaround, now again, remember this relates to a non-farm residence within Oliver County, so for our zoning purposes, it couldn't, directly relate. But I would remind you, for our zoning purposes, the school bus access policy in our zoning reads, upon approval of a non-farm residence conditional use permit, or upon issuing a certificate of zoning compliance for a farm residence, it shall become the responsibility of the applicant and all subsequent owners to provide suitable turnaround, frontage roads, or other bus access to the residence as determined by the school district serving the non-farm residents. Furthermore, our county road policy within zoning also specifically says, school busing, mail service, fuel needs, and other services are declared to be outside of life-threatening emergencies in which we would be doing the maintenance. So I think historically, it's clear it's his responsibility. This board has already made a motion indicating as such. And so I guess I'm not exactly sure why we're spending this much time on it.
Okay. What was the motion at the last meeting? Was it tabled for what?
Because it was a tie vote.
Tie vote? Thank you. Okay. So we have Jessica's information. Do we have a motion to add gravel or deny gravel for Dan Green Road?
Well, at this point, we already have a passed motion, so we wouldn't need anything further if the board does not want to change that prior motion.
That being the prior motion of,
2014. According to that motion, Ken could give him an estimate to do the project, or if he goes with a private contractor, he can do so at his expense, but either way, it puts it at his expense, whether the highway department does it or a private contractor does it.
so do we have a motion to change what's already standing? Do we have a motion to change the existing motion of 2014? There being no motion, the motion of 2014 stands. (2021) Federal Aid Program.
2021 federal aid is just, that's what paid for like that County 26 overlay. And According to the estimated allotment for 2021, we have 250,573. We're, talked with Eric, we're not gonna have no federal projects for next year, we're gonna let this build.
We can certainly put a project on the list and just,
Right.
and carry it over, but right now, we're still kind of deciding on what to do next.
So we have 251,573 in there, and how much is that?
576,722 is the estimated total.
The 2021 estimated allotment is actually 250,573.
Yep.
So that's roughly what you guys get yearly.
You're-
So we're gonna let that build like we have done, that's what we did with 26. We built it over a couple, 3 years, I believe it was. The last federal job we did was overlay on 13, and then we did 26, right?
Right.
So we presently have 251,573, and approximate allotment is 250,573.
576.
Our 2021 estimated total is 576,722.
Right.
So then in 2022, we'll have another 250,573.
A little over
Yep.
700, almost 800,000,
Okay.
will be 800,000.
And as you guys know, these overlay jobs are not cheap, so just let it sit there and collect some more money and do another job in a few years.
Okay,
So we just need a motion to
Right,
approve
and then
the
this,
2021-2025 county federal aid program.
Do you have to, does that put down the mileage on that or? on
no,
that?
that's
Oh,
that township
yep.
road certification,
Okay.
Wayne. Yep, this is just that, like when we always
Ju-
go down to Bismarck,
Yep,
we
yep,
go over those projects with the DOT. Yep.
yep, got it. So move, Mr. Chairman.
so we have a motion to approve the 2021 federal aid program.
Federal aid program.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? Wayne, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Dwayne?
Aye.
Merlin?
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passed.
Oh, you got me?
I don't have the other one, I don't have the maintenance.
I got this one.
Can you sign that, please?
Sign that, yeah.
You might as well sign that, and you can just have a copy too, right?
That one's just,
Or you don't-
the chair. And then the maintenance one is the one that, that's the next one, that's on the.
Okay, can you sign this one too?
Say the 21st.
Yep.
Is that the beginning? This one?
No, I gave him that one.
Okay.
I don't have that one.
Yeah, this is that maintenance. The next one.
Maintenance certification for federal aid of county roads.
This
That-
goes in line with the federal aid roads. This is just acknowledging that we are maintaining the federal aid roads that we've been given money to what are considered our federal aid roads. So it has to be signed by the state's attorney, Shanna, and Marvin and myself, so.
Can we get a motion to approve that?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Go ahead, sir.
No, right, this is the maintenance of the federal aid road?
Correct.
Okay, we have a little issue. And the issue is down by the Knife River, we have exposed material that isn't gravel. So that needs to be, as I mentioned before, that needs to be covered to meet federal specs, because right here, this contract is saying that we are using gravel product as a driving base. Now, am I wrong or am I right?
You're right, Wayne, but we've talked about this before, because we had that on County 13, where we put the scoria in there because we have soft spots to let
Yeah.
that, and then we've always covered them with gravel.
Well-
It doesn't pay to, here's the thing, you're wasting product by putting that scoria down, then covering it with gravel right away, because all you're doing is pushing the gravel back down again.
I understand, Ken, but we're running out in almost 3 months here. And if the federal government comes and inspects the road, do we have our dots and Ts? I don't wanna lose our federal aid funding is what I'm referring to.
Right.
But, you know, I understand, you need to let that settle down, but we also need to get it covered up too, you know.
And we've addressed the ones, I understand where you're coming that way,
Yeah.
but we have addressed all the spots before, because County 13, County 20 was another
Yeah.
spot, and that spot down on 5, which is a recent one, well, from this summer, but late springs, early summer, but
But, yeah, but we need to have a time, for that to be covered up with gravel material, because this sits here like for 3 months, and, every time they blade, then our rocks are going another 100 feet that way and another 100 feet this way, and that's, I don't think that was the intent of that, but just to let you know. Okay,
Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We need a motion to accept the federal, the certification for federal aid on county roads.
I so move, Mr. Chairman, to approve the certification of federal aid road.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Wayne, how do you vote?
I'll vote aye.
Dwayne?
Aye.
Merlin?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passed. Tire purchase?
tire purchase, one of our bidders was Northwest Tire. This is for drive tires, for trucks, a little bit of everything, so we have stock on hand. Price of $19,617.83. We have $25,000 in the budget. I just need approval because it's over that $5,000.
What was it, 19
$19,617.83,
from Northwest?
correct.
Do we have a motion to approve the purchase of the tires?
Also move.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Dwayne, how do you vote?
Aye.
Merlin?
Aye.
Wayne?
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passed. Next on the agenda is Mark Ziegler approach fees.
We completed that, that was this fall sometime, but it was that approach up there by Hazen Bay, between Mark Ziegler and Dave Kitson, and with machine hours, man hours, to remove that approach and get back the in-slope and the back slope, and the apron on that approach comes up to $4,640. Of which, right, Jessica, I mean, he pays this or it goes on taxes, I think, but they have to approve it. How is it?
Right, under the Century Code, we now have to provide him written notice of the amount. If he fails to pay it, then it gets levied against his, property like taxes do.
Okay.
So I need a motion and I can send that letter. Did you have an invoice I
Yeah.
can include
I can
to him?
give it to you.
It doesn't have a specific time frame for payment, so I'll include some, 30 days or something typical of an invoice.
What was that amount again, Ken?
$4,640.
Okay.
Do we have a motion to accept the approach fees for Mark Ziegler approach?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Merlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Dwayne?
Aye.
Wayne?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passed. Outstanding road accounts.
According to mine, I have a couple of them on here. The one was for that fire south of Beulah by the, with Burlington Northern, and that was, Rachel had talked to him yesterday, and the guy that's taking care of that had said that they had not received the invoice, but they are taking care of it, so. And the other one is, I have Badlands Aggregate, that was that Hall Road, east of where you go into Otter Tail, where those cabins used to be for Keith Bone back there when he had those. That's that stretch in there, they're past due actually, so. I don't know what we can, hopefully they pay up, I don't know. I know the one will, they had said so.
ENSF will pay,
Say again?
Burlington Northern's gonna pay.
Yeah, yep.
When was Badlands Aggregate last contacted for payment?
I would assume she sent out October here sometime, another one.
It looks like
Or-
September,
Yeah,
Or-
probably,
yeah, the invoice was on 8/10 and then another one on October 2.
right, yep.
Have you had any response at all?
I'll try calling Milo and see what he says, that's the one that has the Hall Road, and see what he,
Okay.
the agreement.
Can we put that back on the agenda for next, well, of course, outstanding road accounts will come up next meeting, right?
Whenever Rachel gets me the paperwork.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else on your road?
The septic system is ready, it's in and working, so. That's a good thing,
Lagoon's working good?
yeah,
Yeah,
it does.
good.
Okay. Thank you much.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Kenny Lindeman?
She's crossed off. She called yesterday afternoon and, took herself off the
Thanks.
agenda. That's how the agenda was presented this morning.
Well, we've got some time here till 11 o'clock then. Let's go back to that COVID thing. We might get it done. So, where we left off is, one is I asked if my suggestion was workable or even practical. And that's that, if an office is compromised, that they put a notice on their door and that require everybody to wear a mask. Is that unnecessary or?
Well, I think your better bet would be to put it on the front door, because it, like Wayne said, any one of us could be asymptomatic and walking around with it. Court days too, people, everybody in and out. Right now, the public going in and out to vote. So I think that just, that's normal. As far as the masks, we can't require it necessarily.
In the courthouse, we can't? That was gonna be my next, what you're saying was exactly my next question. So when they come in to vote, we can't require a mask?
No.
Do they have to come in to vote?
Where are they gonna vote? Standing outside?
Is there a drop box out there or something?
No, this is different from dropping off a ballot. This is actually coming in for early
We're
voting
open for early voting next
and
week.
standing at the booth.
Okay.
So, no, that's not an option.
We can recommend masks.
Yeah, we can't,
We can put a sign that, you know, we want you to wear face covering, but we can't require it because we don't have any masks to provide to the public.
we talked about that
So-
before, yeah.
You know, if we're not providing them, we can't require them.
We couldn't either. We couldn't anyway, really, but,
Most of us have 2 or 3 in our cars already.
yeah, I got a box at my console, yeah.
Okay, so what does the board feel? I agree with what Shannon said, that we put a notice on the front door, and what Jessica's recommended, that we recommend that you wear masks for
Well,
voting.
that's my recommendation if you insist on a sign.
Yep, I would like to have something posted. But Merlin brought this up, what's your thoughts?
Well, how about temperature scanning? Do we do any of that kind of thing, or no, or?
Who's gonna do it?
Yeah, we don't even have front door security anymore. We definitely don't have anybody to run a thermometer.
That'd be state's attorney, I believe, would be doing temperature.
You bet.
You, did you just volunteer yourself for it?
I think it's a sardine eater and somebody that has
Okay,
lifts.
anything else you wanna add there, Merlin? You want a sign, do you want a sign put up with a recommendation, or?
Well, my main concern on this whole thing is like I said, there have been some times here where we've had some COVID within the building, and our maintenance was not apprised of the situation. And as long as Jim's okay with what we're doing with this thing, be fine with me. As far as restrictions and masks and all that kind of stuff, we've heard the dialogue going statewide and nationwide, and again, on Friday, we may be moved up to the orange level here in Mercer County, so if we're following CDC guidelines and state of North Dakota Health Department guidelines, I guess that'd be good enough. That sign thing is probably a good idea, though, just as another reminder. I just wanna make sure that we're doing what we need to be doing, because as this thing goes and as flu season starts coming in, we may find ourselves here with very few people working in our offices. But, you know, I don't have my fortune-telling hat on here, so it's hard to say, but the way it's looking, it's not looking too good.
Well, and some of those things we'll have to address as we go, because as government, we're essential employees. Now, we like to honor the quarantines and whatnot and do that, but depending how it goes, I mean, if my whole office gets taken out and we're all subject to quarantine, I might be still here with a mask, because we're essential employees. So we'll have to continue to navigate it as we go, obviously. And I'll give you an example of myself as far as maintenance notification and doing the best we can. I ended up out sick for a week and a half, COVID testing, waiting for that and whatnot. Honestly, it had not crossed my mind to give Albers a heads up, because I didn't know if I had it. So, you know, doing the best we can with what we're doing, that's really, I think that's the overall guideline here. So, we'll continue to do what we can.
But we're making every effort we can, right?
Yeah,
So that-
absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
Unless we wanna, you know, like the break room, close that down, only allow a certain number of people in there time to heat up their lunch, communal areas like that, not allow groups of people in. I don't know what else more we could do, other than recommending. And if you feel you need to wear a mask, I would recommend wear one. But it's
Yes.
important that department heads, if they have sick employees, they send them home, they don't keep them here. And then notify me so Jim can clean, whether they even go get COVID tested or not. I think I need to be notified on the front end so that
And you'll get
Jim,
notified, and then you'll let Jim know, right?
so that he can clean.
Right, because I think that was the problem before, you know.
Right, but we weren't getting notified, you know, I wasn't getting notified from departments either, like Jess said.
Well,
When
and-
you're sick, maintenance is the last thing you think of.
Well, and that goes back to us as department heads. If we get an employee that calls in and says they're not feeling good, I mean, that's the trouble in this, because there's a lot of reasons you don't feel good. And knowing whether or not, and I don't know that Jim would have the staff and time to be sanitizing every time somebody is sick, especially for some of these communal ones. So
Well,
we'll
I
have to
think-
continue to navigate it,
I
because
think that would be the prudent way to do it, though, is,
I don't disagree, but if we put in that if an employee is sick, it needs to be sanitized, you see the problem already with that.
yeah, but if
So
we
that's-
don't, I see the problem with that, too.
Right, but that's where us as department heads are gonna have to continue to, you know, communicate, navigate, keep Jim in the loop best we can. But that's why, again, I said some of these recommendations and things sound great, but it's hard to put into practice, so.
And I can send out another letter to department heads too, reminding everybody to sanitize nightly. I think people were really good about it in March, and now it's kind of
Yeah.
become complacent, so make sure they sanitize their armrests on their chairs and their keyboards and their phones and pens, and just do
Yeah,
that
because we're gonna be
nightly.
having flu on top of this whole thing here.
Absolutely.
So, you know, the more cleaning we can do and whatever, the better, because you don't want everybody sick.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to make a recommendation that we post on the outside of the building, on the door, a sign that we recommend masks be worn for voting. But it's a vote. It's, you know,
Is that a motion?
I so move that.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? I vote aye. Merlin?
Aye.
Wayne?
Aye.
Dwayne?
Aye.
Motion passed.
We just have to keep a lid on top of this thing.
Yeah, best
So
we
all of
can.
a sudden, we're looking and everybody's sick or whatever,
Then what?
Good luck with that one. Understand what you're saying. Okay, we've got 10 more minutes. Asbestos abatement, can that be done in 10 minutes?
maybe,
Let's try it. We're talking about asbestos abatement right now?
and that old grocery store. And now Jim has also said there's another building down there by the bar that we have.
Not, well, we do, but they have until November 17th to redeem it.
Oh, okay.
the old auction house,
We don't have it yet.
We
We
don't
do.
want it either.
but the deed's in our name.
Yeah.
Okay, because I was thinking maybe we could do these both at the same time.
Let's talk about the one that's on the, this is asbestos, the one that you gave us.
Okay, yeah, there's the, proposal. Looks fine, I would recommend that we do that. The only thing is now with that, that doesn't necessarily mean we're gonna tear the building down right away. I think we wanna get this, have some kind of an idea what we've got in it for asbestos.
This isn't to abate it or remove it.
No, it's to inspect
It's just to
and
inspect.
give us a report of where the asbestos is located.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no removal, there's no tear down, no nothing.
It's
This is just the first step you have to take,
an
so you
estimation,
know what you got.
yeah.
But again, I was thinking, well, if we got that store down there and get that back, if we could get them both done at the same time, we could probably not have to pay the,
Pay the,
fees,
Jason,
but,
yeah.
because,
Well, if you wait until November 17th at
just gonna
10
say.
a.m., I will let you know.
Yeah, why don't you just wait, because it don't, there's no pushing matter here, you know.
yep, I'd move we table that till our
After the redemption period.
second
or-
meeting in November.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Do we have a date?
November 18th.
Okay. Is that part of your motion, Merlin?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, any further, if there's no further discussion, Merlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Wayne?
I'll vote aye.
Dwayne?
Aye.
And I vote aye, motion passed. Well, we got that done. in 10
No,
minutes.
we're not done yet here, no, just hold your horses.
And you remember he added store behind that during agenda time.
Okay,
Okay, there's some more trouble with the store. I've got some photos here from Jim, I'll hand these out and down,
Do you
Marvin,
want
you're
them on
aware of
the
it.
Overhead?
Okay, yeah, we can do that. There's wind problems and we've got roofing rolling back, and if that goes flying and hits somebody, it's kinda like Eileen, that front end of the store that's leaning off of there.
is this the same building?
Yeah, that's, yeah,
Is the lean-to problem?
yep.
Okay.
So, anyway, I told Jim if it was me, I would be getting a contractor to come in and take care of that, but, what's the rest think?
I have a question for the board.
Yeah, is it safe for Jim to do the roof if we don't know where the asbestos is all at?
Yeah, for that area, I would, because I would think the only problem there might be is insulation underneath the rock and tar, because that's what the roof is like underneath those,
Flat roof
It's a
type
tar
deal.
roof.
It was-
This, under the joist here, is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
That's,
this is
that's
just-
sealed?
Yep, this was put on top of that. Because there used to be just, I'm sure, a tar and gravel roof on that thing.
Okay.
And then he put this on there for some reason or another, I don't know why, but maybe it was leaking or whatever, I don't know.
Can't we just roll it back down and put some lumber on like the rest of it?
Shannon and I will head down afterwards.
Sure,
Get up
that
there
sounds
and
like
do
a
it.
plan.
Show that in the minutes that you guys are gonna go with your
He'll
toolbox.
just go down and flip it over.
Anyway, if we get more wind and that blows off and goes on somebody's property or whatever, I view it as a forecasted disruption or forecasted problem, but just thought I'd bring it to your attention. Jim brought it to mind, I said I'd let us know, and what do we wanna do?
And it'd probably be easier to get it done now before the snow flies.
Like today?
That's
Well,
tomorrow.
the snow might hold it down
Tonight.
better though.
Well,
Yeah.
see? Lots of solutions.
So anyway, that's what we have. What do you think?
I'm gonna ask the board a question. Can we have our county employees do this? The road department and the landfill employees? Can they do this?
Well, it's not within their duties. I think it would, we'd have to see if the department
So-
heads can spare a few, I guess.
I mean, if we could spare a day, I'm just asking the question because if we're gonna brainstorm on what's the possible ways to resolve this, one is we have to go get estimates. And the other one is the possibility of everybody taking a day and come up and tear down the lean-to and the roof.
When are you gonna do it though?
Now, there may be,
Well, I have to talk to the department heads, but we'd have to.
there may be asbestos behind that lean-to thing, behind Eileen.
Yeah.
But I would say, I would bet probably 99% that there's no asbestos containing materials in the tin and those wood laths.
Well, we don't, this is a danger, okay? So we can't wait till we get our asbestos evaluation on November 18th. So now it's a change the scenario here. And that lean-to, that awning is actually a hazard too.
Eileen,
Yes.
yes.
So,
That's what I call it.
can we, what's your guys' thoughts? Can we call the road department and see if they're willing, or he can spare guys for a day to tear it down, or do we wanna go out for bids? What are you guys thinking?
Is there any reason we can't just reattach the metal that's rolled up?
No, because that's a Band-Aid, it's gonna come back off again. That wood is rotten and broken.
Oh, I was saying until spring, just so we could take care of the building.
It's
No, I
always
don't
a
know.
possibility.
It looks like a hazard to me right now.
Because I know that it's been rolled, it's done this several times in the city when they have fixed it several times.
Oh, it's rolled back like that several times?
And the city has fixed it.
Well, we can send them the bill then.
Apparently they didn't fix it because the first time a wind comes up, it can come back off again.
Mhm.
So the answer to that is probably no, because it's just gonna come back up again. And it could come up and take off all at one day at the same time.
Well, that'll take care of the problem.
Okay,
This one doesn't hit anybody, and then we'll have a problem.
what's your thoughts, Elaine? You wanna contact them and see if we can schedule it for?
Well, I think something has to be done because it's a hazard. If the wind tears it off and it blows off and hits somebody, so something needs to be done. With the weather the way it looks, I don't know if there's gonna be time to do that.
Okay, let me offer an idea. Now, this is just an idea. Do you guys mind if I call the road department, ask them to look at it to see if they can do it? If they say no, that I give Merlin the authority to go get estimates to take it off?
I was gonna say, Mr. Chairman, you got a break scheduled coming up. I think a quick phone call to Ken, we might have this resolved by the end of the day. If he says yeah, great. If not, then you guys can proceed with it. And I can call him. So if you just wanna take this up at the end of the meeting, I bet we can know from Ken.
If I'd have been on my toes, I'd have brought this up while they were sitting here.
Well, I don't think we expected road department with roof,
No,
did we?
I discussed
Well,
that with him
They
already.
could at least put a sign up there, maybe for hazard sign saying,
Okay,
watch out for flying
Eileen.
rope materials.
table this
Eileen,
for later on in the meeting.
Eileen, yeah.
Yeah.
Can we use Jessica's suggestion and move this off for a little while?
Sure, we'll come back to it.
Okay, we've got 2 minutes. Wayne, do you want to give a portfolio update?
I don't have just a whole lot. The weed board met the other night and they are trading in one of the four-wheelers, excuse me, and it's got like a little over 5,000 miles on it. So they got a bid and everything, a new one spotted. And they we're talking about how much chemical they have on hand and if they need to purchase a little bit more yet this year to offset the cost expense of next year. So that's probably about the highlight of that. And I didn't, social service met, but I wasn't at that particular meeting. So that you'll have to ask Merlin. And the airport, we had a meeting there and things are going okay. We had Brad spray the baby's breath down pretty good. So we'll see next spring what's all coming up and we'll go from there. Okay.
Thanks, Wayne. Dwayne?
Landfill's okay. They stockpiled some dirt for covering garbage. Ambulance board is a different concern there. Last meeting, we had a big discussion on the shortage of volunteers and staffing, simply because people are out for quarantine with this COVID, and they're unable to come into work. They don't have COVID themselves, but So we did put out a call and newspaper ads and to try and get some people to help out, or otherwise there probably won't be no ambulance service. I don't know how that's going. And the other thing is, we're looking into purchasing a new ambulance. And that's it.
Okay. Okay, we'll move on to Anna. You're up, please. 11 o'clock. Hello.
Good morning. How are you guys today?
Great.
Good. Thank you for allowing me to speak at your meeting today. I was here a few months back at the special hearing on the 2-year wind moratorium. But if you don't remember me, my name is Anna Novak and I live in Hazen. I wanted to come before you today for a few reasons. The first is because I wanted to reiterate my appreciation to you for passing and upholding the 2-year wind moratorium. In doing that, you did what is best for the majority of the people who live here in Mercer County. But since that time, I know that the 5 of you have been confronted by upset landowners, wind companies, and wind lobbyist groups and told that you made a mistake by passing the moratorium and that because of it, our county is going to be missing out on millions of dollars. Now, I've made it clear that I'm on the side of enforcing the moratorium to you guys and anybody else. But I think that there are some incorrect assumptions about those of us who are on the side of keeping the moratorium in place for the time being. Now, while I can only speak for myself, I want to clearly state that I'm not saying that I hate wind energy or that I never want it here in Mercer County and that's the end goal. Those assumptions are incorrect. I want a level playing field where the government isn't subsidizing certain forms of energy at such an incredible rate. But I recognize that that's bad federal policy. And I'm not going to spend my time today complaining to you about it since you're unable to control that or fix it. What I want you to know is that I realize that the clock is ticking on the 2-year moratorium. At the long end of it, we've got about 1.5 years left on it at this point. With my husband working in a coal mine and our communities here in Mercer County relying so heavily on the coal industry, I pay attention to any news article focused on energy for our state. And because of this, I know that our state leaders are working on solutions for Coal Creek Station and the future of the coal industry in the state. It's the 5th largest industry in North Dakota, providing 14,000 permanent jobs here, with a good portion of those right here in Mercer County. This isn't an industry that we can take for granted any longer. We need to do all that we can to protect it and make it viable long term. There's a carbon capture project currently being tested at Mid-Coda by Center, which is going to capture something like 99% of carbon emissions, which will actually make coal one of the cleanest forms of energy out there, if you can believe it. I read that a similar project is being considered for Coal Creek Station, and that would make that facility viable long term. The transmission lines at Stanton Station, which is where Capital Power is hoping to tie in at, are connected to the transmission lines at Coal Creek Station. And I'm not involved in any of the dealings with securing a buyer for the plant there, but I do know that reducing the transmission capacity of the lines here would affect the likelihood of a deal taking place there. Between Falkirk and Coal Creek Station, there are about 750 people that could lose their jobs if those facilities close. Many of these people live here in Mercer County. My oldest brother's best friend from the time he was just a little boy works out there. He has 2 little boys and a wife. Shanna, your husband works out there. These men, amongst the hundreds of other men and women that work there, they just want to provide for their families. And I honestly believe that lifting this moratorium or granting Capital Power an exemption to be built here before we know what is going to happen there and also before the next state legislative session would definitely affect the likelihood of securing a buyer. I empathize with the landowners that are being told by Capital Power and wind lobbyists that if this deal doesn't go through by the end of 2020, it might be dead in the water. But this situation kind of reminds me of the last time that I bought a used car. I liked the car, but it was a lot of money and I wasn't totally sure about it. I needed a little bit of time to think about it since it was such a big purchase. The salesman told me that if I didn't buy the car right then and there, the car would likely be gone the next time I came back because he knew of another serious buyer. that would be there later that day. Capital Power's tactics sound a lot like this, and it's the oldest sales trick in the book. Now, there are some significant tax incentives for Capital Power to get this deal locked up by the end of 2020, better than in both 2019 and 2021. Between that and the fact that energy will be the major topic discussed at North Dakota's next legislature has them worried. They obviously want this to be as lucrative as possible for themselves. But one thing that I think that we all need to remember is that we have the transmission lines in Mercer County, and they're not going anywhere. It's safe to say that when the moratorium is lifted, there will be wind companies lined up in our county, no matter what Capital Power decides to do if they don't get their way in 2020. And if that deal is dead in the water at the end of the year, they can reapply at a later date, because at some point, the moratorium will be lifted. My husband, he works at a coal mine. My brother did as well, and that's how my dad put food on our table while I was growing up. The majority of households in our county have at least one person that works in the industry. It's actually unusual for that not to be the case. But everybody here is impacted by it. My neighbors, my friends, the schools. 3 of my 4 children go to school in Hazen, and over the last 8 years, we've had a lot of teachers. But you know what? We have not had one bad teacher. Yeah, there have been some teachers that we've liked more than others, but a bad one? Absolutely not. In fact, after my oldest son finished school for the year a while back, his teacher contacted me over the summer to see if she could take him for a bike ride and then out for ice cream afterwards. When I told my friends that live in Bismarck about this, they couldn't believe it because it just isn't normal. What it is exceptional. Do you know that each school district here will lose $10,000 per student that leaves? So at this point, Hazen will lose $30,000 if just my family were to leave. In 2 years, when my youngest is in kindergarten, that amount is going to go up to $40,000. And if a facility closes, that will be the tip of the iceberg. Anybody who knows me personally knows that my faith is the most important thing in my life. Every Sunday, you'll find me, my husband, and our 4 children at Prince of Peace Church over in Beulah. Going to church with 4 kids is more of an act of faith than anything, because more often than not, I don't get much out of the message. It is not the serene or holy experience that I had envisioned before I had children, but I know that it's worth it, so I keep on going. One Sunday a while back was exceptionally difficult. In fact, the older gentleman behind us actually got hit in the head with a little Hot Wheels car as I was hauling one of the kids out of the service. It wasn't good. But after the service was over, I felt compelled to apologize to those sitting around us. And one of the older ladies, she interrupted me as I was doing so and said, "Don't ever apologize for bringing your children to church and for them sometimes being loud. A quiet church means that there are no children there, and that means that the church has no future." That's what I see happening to the towns in our county if this moratorium is lifted or an exception is granted to Capital Power before our state leaders can address the entire state's energy policies. If we continue to allow counties to put up wind farms without considering the other forms of energy, people will lose their jobs. And it's important to consider that the more coal that a coal-fired power plant purchases from a mine, the less that it costs. It's kind of like buying in bulk. When most people purchase toilet paper, they don't buy 4 rolls at a time. I recognize that most households don't buy 36 rolls at a time like my family of 6 does, but people buy more than the minimum because it's economically smart. At a certain point, if wind is allowed to chip away at the amount of energy coming from our local plants, it might come to a point where a plant being economically viable really is up for debate. And I'm guessing that this issue will be discussed this spring at the state legislature as well, because North Dakotans cannot survive when it's 30 degrees below zero and the wind turbines produce no electricity, no matter how hard the wind blows. We need baseload power. I usually watch your meetings after they're posted to the website, but I didn't see the most recent one. I did, however, read the article in the Hazen Star, where North Dakotans for Comprehensive Energy Solutions and a landowner were here basically telling you that the moratorium is a mistake. I would like to respectfully point out that none of those 3 people live here. And while I believe that the 2 representatives for North Dakotans for Comprehensive Energy Solutions do reside in our state, the business itself is registered in Delaware. And there's nothing comprehensive about their agenda, because they're wind lobbyists. And the landowner featured in the article, he's not a resident of Mercer County either. And I'm sure that they're all fine people, but they don't live here like I do, and like you do. Their kids, they don't go to school here. They don't shop at Krause's or Bronson's. They don't invest money with financial advisors in the area, like the office in which I work at. And you're not gonna see them at the Flesh Kekla feed going on down at City Hall to help pay for somebody's medical expenses. I'm not sure why we should listen to what they want when they won't have to deal with the repercussions of what they're proposing. Now, I realize that there are some landowners that do live here though, and they do want the wind farm to move forward. And I can only imagine how frustrating this must be for the 20 or so of them. But this decision could literally impact thousands of the other people that live here. I do believe in landowner rights, but enforcing moratoriums and bans, it isn't unusual or unprecedented. For instance, there are burn bans enacted most summers. Those of us living in town typically don't have much to worry about when it gets so hot and dry, because we don't have huge amounts of land as our backyard and we can easily water the majority of our grass with sprinklers. The reason why they're put into place is for the miles of land out of town that could catch fire if a spark from a bonfire or fireworks hits it. That could be devastating for a farmer or rancher. Just like lifting this moratorium could be devastating for those living here employed in the coal industry. I come before you men today because I live here and I care deeply about this place and the hundreds of people that might lose their job if Coal Creek closes, let alone any of the other facilities in our county. This isn't a fight that our community was looking for. But there is nothing wrong with standing up for the majority of the people who live here. People that just want to keep their jobs and put food on their tables to feed their kids. I want to remind you of the 400 letters of support for the moratorium that we had signed by Mercer County residents, which were presented at the July special hearing. It's important to note that these letters were collected by two of us, going door to door over the course of 5 days after we heard the special hearing had been scheduled. We didn't send out mass emails or anything of the sort. I'm guessing we could have gotten 80 to 90% of the county to sign the letter if we'd had more time. I also want to remind you of the letters from the Hazen and Beulah School District showing support for the moratorium. And in addition to that, I can provide you with a list of local businesses that are willing to publicly state their support for the moratorium and you guys upholding it. There's about 25 or 30 of them at this point, although we still are getting more. These businesses know that their success in part relies on coal's future. We just need a little bit of time, and we will get it if you allow the moratorium to stay in place and don't grant any exceptions to the Capital Power Project. After the prosperity that coal has provided for our state, but more specifically Mercer County, right here, over the last 100 years, I don't feel like it's too much to ask. You guys made the right call by enacting the moratorium and upholding it this summer. On behalf of everybody that's employed in the coal industry as well as their families, I want to sincerely thank you. Please stand with the majority of residents that you represent and continue upholding the 2-year moratorium. In addition to that, I wanted to have something for each of you. Do you mind if I pass out a couple of things?
No,
That's okay.
a real good idea. If you have an extra copy, Dan likes paper.
Oh, yeah, you bet. We'll keep that extra copy, especially with Brady being here.
I'll give one some, Paul. I'll give a copy.
What I handed out to you, just 2 sheets of paper here. The first one is the ad that was in the Beulah Beacon, Hazen Star, as well as the Dollar Saver. I'm not sure if it was in any other publications, but those are just the ones that I look at. And then the second piece is actually something I'll be talking about. But in this ad that was submitted by a landowner, you can see that obviously it says moratorium hurts county, no help for coal. kind of paints a pretty bleak picture. And then the statistics that are used towards the center of the ad from the EIA, which is a reputable source. It's the U.S. Energy Information Administration. So it's a governmental agency, good place to get facts. But as you can see there, like in 2019, it shows that for the amount of energy that it takes to support our country, 23.5% came from coal, 38.4% comes from gas, and 7% comes from wind. And what I wanted to point out to you guys is that those are national statistics. They're not North Dakota statistics. And the other sheet that I brought to you, it shows North Dakota statistics. I actually pulled it from the same website, so you can compare it quite easily. And so, according to the EIA, the nationwide statistic for coal in 2019 was 23.5%. But if you look at what I showed you for North Dakota, for coal power, it's actually 63%. Gas, which I feel like wind companies and wind lobbyist groups, they're always sure to tell us that that is the biggest competitor to coal, and nationwide that is accurate, that is true. But in North Dakota, only 3% of our state's energy comes from natural gas, so that's a far cry from the 38.4 figure that's shown on the nationwide statistics. And then wind nationwide was 7%, and in North Dakota it's 27%, so that's obviously it's a big difference, and I understand why they chose to use these figures because it fits their narrative better, but I just wanted you guys to kind of have the facts on what happens here in our state, because at the end of the day, that's what matters. And it's kind of, using those statistics is kind of like saying that in January, the average temperature is 35 degrees. Well, nationwide, from North Dakota to Texas, from California to New York, that's probably accurate. But in Florida, the average temperature is like 75 degrees. And in North Dakota, the average temperature in January is probably 0 degrees without the wind chill factored in. So nationwide figures just, I don't feel like they're an accurate representation. And this article here is actually why I decided to, or this ad here, I should say, is why I decided to come here today. I just figured to know that you guys needed to know the truth, and I know that you've been hammered on by wind companies and lobbyist groups and landowners since you guys upholded the moratorium, saying that you guys did the bad thing in that and it was a mistake. But the majority of us, we stand behind you in that decision. So thank you so much. You guys have any questions at all?
I was hoping you'd ask.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask if I could. You made a statement, it'd possibly be a good idea to leave this until the state leaders address the whole wind power issue. Expound on that a little bit. What do you expect the legislature may or may not be able to do as far as, for example, I've heard the same comment.
Yeah.
That, go ahead.
Well, of course, I'm not involved in the dealings or anything, but I think that what they're hoping to do is maybe take some of that control away from the county commissioners. Because obviously people in Cass County are gonna deal with things differently than you guys would here, because we've got coal mines and the coal-fired power plants. And it's a decision that everybody has to deal with. And I was over at the Oliver County Commission meeting. A friend of mine actually went before them. She works out at Great River Energy, asking them to consider putting a moratorium in place until the next legislative session as well. And they have 3 commissioners there. And after the meeting, I was just visiting with some people outside, and one of the gentlemen pointed out that the brother of one of the commissioners stands to gain a lot financially by having wind turbines put on his property. And I'm not saying that there's anything going on there at all, but my point is it puts him in a bind. When you live in these small towns, you are confronted. I was a couple months ago, one of the landowners that does live in Mercer County, I saw him and I waved at him. I know his wife, and he glared at me like I've never been glared at before. And I know that sometimes there are topics that divide counties, and taking this away from the county level It doesn't necessarily mean that it's gonna take that away, but I do feel like these big decisions should be made on the statewide level, especially when so many people, like I said, 14,000 people work in the coal industry. There are a lot of people that are gonna be affected. And so I feel like it should be more of a state level, public service commission type decision.
Okay.
Does that answer your question? I mean, I'm sure that there are a lot of other things, and I see that Ladd is gonna be, coming here at noon, and he might expound on that a little bit. I know that he was at the coal conversion meeting a while back, the tax meeting, and I think he talked about that a little bit. But I think it will be the major topic at the legislature this spring because of Coal Creek Station and just the future of the coal industry. You know, places like Iowa that have a ton of wind farms, they can do that there, and they can feel good about it because they don't really have a big, you know, energy isn't a huge industry there like it is here in North Dakota, and you're not cannibalizing it by, you know, doing more wind, you're taking away from coal. You know, they're able to make those sorts of decisions and be more self-sufficient as a state, and that's fine. But here, it affects everybody. I mean, it's 10% of our, the revenue coming into the state comes from coal. I mean, it would be devastating if that was gone. Devastating, and the amount of jobs and revenue that's brought in by the wind industry is pennies on the dollar in comparison to coal. I'm not saying it's not valuable, I'm not saying that, but it doesn't compare. I know that, I think there's a wind farm either by New Salem or Glen Ullin, I can't remember where, but of course they had, I think, a couple hundred people putting up the wind turbines, but they have 6 people that run that wind farm. And just think about the plants and the mines here. I mean, it creates jobs, the coal industry does, and that's a big deal if we want people to stay here.
You answered my question very well. It's the same information that I've had several people confront me with. That it should be done at a higher level, let the state get involved. It'll level out the broader range of requirements or needs for the state, and the county would take care of the specifics that are just relative to that particular county.
And I think that's what it should be. I mean, you guys, I think you know quite a bit about a lot of different things, but you're not specialized in the energy industry. And from what I understand is, you know, once you guys give the permits out, it's pretty much, when it goes to the PSC, it's just a stamp. They say, okay, you guys met the requirements, so, you know, we're gonna move forward with it. It's not as though they look at everything at a whole.
Hopefully the legislature does this session.
I'm certain that they will.
There's a lot of action there. Okay, anybody else have any questions for Anna?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a question for Anna, but I got the big question mark over my head here, and maybe this goes to Jessica and everybody else, but it appears to me that we're having many hearings on this issue every meeting. Now, I would assume that, and we know what assume goes out to, but if we're doing this and hearing these one-way presentations, are we allowing as a fair and impartial body a chance to hear the opposite things at the same time, or are we just doing this hit and pick stuff as we go? Like I said, for the last few meetings, we've had these presentations, but are we holding many hearings then? Because we voted to put the moratorium on. We haven't voted to take it off. Or does that need to be a separate agenda item, or do we need to have a public comment period on our agenda that they can bring things up? What do you think?
Well, I've expressed this before, my concern about the topic being repeated and repeated and repeated when we're underway in the process. On the other side, it is informational from members of the public, whichever side. We've heard from both sides. And it's not with any intention of changing anything. There's nothing pending. In the event as we go through the process that's underway, there are specific public hearings to be held, in which the notice will go out that this is this, you know, at that point, kind of like we had the public hearing when it was put in place. So at that point, that would be the opportunity for everybody to come in. But we've heard from both sides. I think predominantly it's been wind up until today. And so I don't know that there's been a problem that way, because you've already allowed.
Yeah,
Just to
once we've
continue.
allowed, then we're kinda just opened up the bag and said, well, come on in.
Well, I don't know if you can turn public away if they meet the requirement of getting on the agenda.
Right, and it's information,
At the right time.
and so, again, as we go through and there's the potential for any official action, those steps, the ordinance, whatever it might be, require those official public hearings. Otherwise, this is informational, just like anybody else coming in for whatever topic. Years ago, we used to have Daryl Birch come in, update, so, no, I don't think that's a problem, and there will be official public proceedings.
And it's good to hear these things, so thank you, Anna, you know.
You bet, and I just
keeping us
wanted
clear
to,
on stuff.
to kind of respond to your question a little bit. From my perspective, July, you know, when we had the special hearing and then you guys had the vote on if you guys are gonna, you know, lift the moratorium, or let it stay in place, I kind of thought that it was a done deal until something like that happens. But from my perspective, you know, when you see ads in the paper, and stories highlighting how one side is coming in at every meeting and telling their side of it, I don't want you guys to ever think that that's how the majority of the public feels here, because that is just not the case. And that's what prompted me to come today and talk with you about it, because our side, and that's the reason why we haven't been here for the last couple of months, hammering our point down, is because we sort of looked at it like this is settled for the time being. But it's one of those things, you know, like you said, you know, with the public being able to come and express their feelings and their viewpoints, which is fine. But then we read in the paper that you guys were saying to them that they could submit a formal request to grant an exception for the Capital Power project. I just wanted to reiterate that if you want to find a buyer for Coal Creek Station, that's not a good idea. So, any other questions for me?
No, thank you, Anna.
Thank you very much for your time today. I sincerely appreciate it.
Yep. Unless you guys have any more questions. Pretty quiet over here. Okay, well, we've got 3 minutes till our break time. We could continue. Merlin, do you want to say anything about your portfolio?
Yeah, this should only take about 45 minutes, so I'll try and be quick. You're probably sorry you asked.
No, I'm grateful. I was getting bored.
I bet. Well, for our buildings and grounds, we have that pretty well settled. We do have our Bobcat down in Bismarck getting repaired, so hopefully we don't get to put 12 inches of snow tomorrow. And
Scoop shovels are in the bargain.
you're volunteering for what?
Yeah, okay.
And our asbestos stuff we will be working on, as we said. We'll see what happens with that. We'll talk about that again later, I'm sure. Jessica will give us a full and complete report. As far as,
I do have an update for you.
hey, an update, bulletin.
Ken said, he'd have no trouble looking at that roof and securing it, not repairing or replacing, but securing it and grabbing a couple guys to do that. So he said, they'll take a look at it. If they look at it and decide that it's beyond them, they'll let you know if we get a
Maybe
contractor.
he'd like to see
but
my pictures I have here.
I told him I was gonna send them, but he said they'll swing by and take a look, so,
Okay.
Thank you.
yep.
As far as getting back to Wayne said for social services, yes, we met last week and discussed a few things, and it's still evolving as a unit type thing, I guess, with the state taking over pretty much the whole works. And there's been difficulties here and there with some of these other places, but we're doing pretty good because ours was going long before these other things came into effect. So some of the arguments that they have as far as who pays for what and who wants to do what is there, but not here. The library board met a little bit ago. We did have some COVID issues up there with that, so the bookmobile wasn't running, and the library was shut down for a bit and cleaned up, but as of right now, the library is open and going full tilt up there. So if you've heard that, yeah, it was closed up there, yep, we had some of those problems that we had to take care of it. It was taken care of, so that was good. That's about all I have right now for mine, unless I think of something else as we go.
I'm gonna hurry up and start talking.
Well, it's 11:30,
Okay.
right on time.
Okay, we have just a couple more items. Do we want to cover these? I think we can do them all in 5 minutes, or do we want to take our break and then cover them up after lead? What do you guys want to do? Okay, nobody wants to object, we'll just move forward. Underneath portfolio, I don't have anything under my portfolios. I do want to notify the board that I did ask Shanna for something, and she's not in my portfolio order. I was in here, we were doing some other things. I asked Shanna to add siren expenses underneath the public safety grant. All that we have listed right now is office supplies. So we're gonna be buying radios and equipment for siren, and we don't have any line item to put it under. And it definitely is not office supplies. All those costs would be grouped with office supplies through the courthouse if we don't do it.
No,
So-
it wouldn't. It would be specific to Fund 2129. That's the
But it's
only
still not
line-
office supplies.
That's the only line item in that. Fund.
You can sort office supplies by the code for that number, and you'll get everything. You can go look for that individual line item, but if I wanna see what office supplies are for the county, there's a code for office supplies. You can type that in there, you can do a search, it'll call all office supplies for the whole county, for the courthouse.
Not in my system, you can't.
Okay. Anyways, when I asked her to do that, and I'm gonna make that motion, that we add siren expenses to the public safety grant to record siren expenses. Do I have a second? Do I have a second? There's no second, motion died. The other thing, that's one thing I did, that I added on the agenda 2020 year-end fund balance. All I want to ask is that for our next meeting, because our expenses are exceeding our revenues, that Shanna prepare a year-end fund balance estimate, as she did for our budget season, but it would be dated at the end of October, so we know where we're at and we can possibly start dealing with our negative fund balance before the end of the year, so. That's what I want to ask her to do, to prepare a 2020 year-end fund balance estimate for our next meeting.
Let me ask you a question. Why do you want to buy these rotor graders now if you have a negative fund balance?
Because it's a different fund, completely different fund.
Oh, okay. Yeah, really.
A totally different fund. There's restricted funds and there's general funds, and these are totally different funds. The fund for the road has a positive balance. The general fund has a negative balance. That's what we need to put our hands around. Okay,
There's always an answer.
a good one too, thank you. I'm glad, appreciate the question. The other one is, just for you guys' information, I did come in and sign the budget reports, and I initialed all the revenue reports. And what I'm gonna ask is that Shanna get a copy of our signed budget reports to you guys, and to all of us, and that would include a transfer table and a mill levy table. And I would like that request in the minutes.
I'll have lots of time after I get done running an election.
I was gonna say, when are you gonna have,
Yeah.
you can't get this real shortly because we got this election coming.
So I can guarantee that the 2020 year-end fund balance will not be prepared by the November 5th meeting. I start my election boards next week already, and it'll be full election until November 3rd.
Okay, I made a suggestion, I'm standing by that. That's all the information that I have on mine, so if it's all right, we can adjourn until 12 o'clock.
but that all comes out of the general fund.
There we go. Money's money. Money's money, you say so there.
All comes out of the general fund, yeah.
Next I have, is that, Mr. Stewart?
Yeah, you know, this COVID thing, you know, St. Louis Valley is small, but you'd be surprised how many families in town are quarantined.
Yeah. You know, it only takes one, and the way it goes.
Yep. Like the ambulance, they got no people to work to make the runs.
Yeah. Well, it's not gonna get any better for a while, I don't think.
And they're looking for volunteers like drivers and give them a short course, and there aren't any out there. Most of their volunteers and their families have been quarantined, you know, not that they got COVID, but they got quarantined because of their husband or their wife, or,
Yep, and they're not allowed out.
so there's 2 or 3 people that are making all the runs now.
Yeah, and that gets old for them pretty soon too,
Wow.
because that's going straight time.
The other day, they had to transfer a patient to Fargo. Well, that's a 9.5-hour drive. And then they come back and they had to do their regular shift.
Yeah.
There's just nobody to fill in. And the discussion was that might have to shut down the ambulance service. And then what?
Yeah, and you can probably get some volunteers maybe, but I don't know, maybe people don't care anymore.
Well,
How it affects them.
I think people do care, it's just that, there aren't enough people out there.
Yeah.
You know, if the ambulance service is hit with quarantines, so are other places.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, they're saying maybe by May or June we'll have a break.
I heard the election.
Well, I don't know, I don't think that'll happen, but.
No, I don't think so either. That's,
But the vaccine probably might be here by May or June. And then we'll see it. Of course, that's not everything either. Did you get your flu shot yet?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I go to the VA of Bismarck there. They have you know, the VA clinic is up by where Sears was.
Mhm.
And they had a drive-through flu clinic out in the parking lot. You drove through, rolled the window down, rolled your sleeve up.
Did you get one of those high dose ones?
I don't know, they give the same there to everybody.
Yeah, you should get that, should've got that high dose one. That's what I get. That's for people like us, they're recommending that, because it's more, it's stronger, and protects more than the regular one.
I don't know what I got there, I just, it didn't say they had a difference, you know.
Yeah. There is, you should check that out for next
Yeah.
year. Maybe they don't get, well, they should, but maybe they don't. Everything's the same when you go through those drive-through things.
Well, this is the VA, they give what they specify, you know.
Mhm.
They don't-
Yeah, well, maybe it was. Did they give you a little slip to tell what they gave you?
No,
Oh,
you put it in your record, I can go home and look, you
Okay.
know.
then if it's Flu Zone HD, then you got the high dose one.
Yeah, I don't know what I got.
You loading cattle, or they didn't sell, you had to bring them home, or you won't know?
I think I won't know.
Yeah. We should be done here by 2:00, 2:30. Maybe even sooner.
It looked sooner.
Just so we get home before the snowstorm.
We'll get that done.
You look disgusted, Wayne, are you okay? All right. I can't see if you're smiling through that or gritting your
What are you
teeth.
thinking about something deep there?
Well, I know just how things work, you know, and if you aren't at the barn and something comes through, there's the issue, and the next thing you get all kinds of things happening, and you aren't there to explain why this is this way and why that is that way.
Well, like I said, there's a lot of guys, I know Dean Allen and, I don't know, Schreifer, or somebody else, they're having theirs sold this week, but they're not going to the sale because of the COVID thing.
Oh, yeah, well, guy will wear a mask down there because it just,
So,
yeah.
yeah, I know what you're saying there.
Well, it ended up, we had a bull calf, or a calf that evidently, yeah, the rubber broke and what they do is, you can write it down, I've done that before, that there's one bull, cut him out. All to miss it. And next thing then is stop the wholesale and then they're checking, well, I think that's one and I think that's one. Oh, Jesus. And I really shouldn't have loaded them because I spent $400 on a banding machine that works pretty slick and, but. So that's just one issue, you never know what else there is. I don't know, our agenda just can't stay with the agenda, it just gets escalated and escalated. And then you have, these other funds that they can only do what they can do for the time allotment, and they can't just drop everything because we want a particular fund. Who's on coal conversion is Barb?
I think so.
are you gonna go to the park and find a shelter down there to eat your chicken?
Next meeting.
Next meeting.
I'll set up my fish house down there. Be all set.
Well, Julie was wondering on stopping by, I said, I don't think so, I ain't got enough time today.
You don't have time today for what?
Julie was wondering if I was stopping by after the meeting here today. And I said, no, I don't think so. Not gonna work.
You have all afternoon.
No, I gotta, I said, I gotta go back home. Yeah, gotta go back home though. Had cows out walking around the yard when I left, so that's not a good sign.
Yeah, I'm waiting to hear from my wife, see if they committed her.
Did she drive down on her own?
What do you think?
No.
Yeah, she did.
Huh?
She drove down there by herself.
Can she do that already?
She's not supposed to. Not for 6 weeks.
I thought.
Yeah.
She's like you, she doesn't listen.
Huh.
See, the old days, you could pull the keys on them. Today, you can't do it. You gotta push button start, so.
Well, we had it set up, my son was gonna come and get her and take her down.
Yeah.
Then she texted him, no, you don't have to bother with that. And she hasn't driven for 2 weeks.
Uh-huh.
She hasn't even been in the car. So, I don't know if she made it down there or, I assume she did.
You haven't heard anything, so, right? No news is good news?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, she makes her mind up on something, that's it. There's none of going this way or that way, it's straight.
Well, you know, I said I missed one meeting to have surgery and, well, you're not missing another one.
I got one right here.
Do ya?
Yeah, you want it?
Hello, John.
How are you?
I didn't know, what was gonna be here today.
I was just gonna ask, you don't know why he's not here?
No,
I have no idea. And I almost,
Yeah, I think he's got a campaign rally or something.
oh. Trump rally or something?
That's that. That's that.
Does that campaign?
Yeah.
yeah.
He's pretty busy though.
Too late for him on that one. Well, his wife's gone too.
Oh,
I think they were gonna get, I talked to him, I think they were gonna go to Arizona sometime in the near future from last meeting, so maybe that's, I thought he was, I was thinking.
Well, if we get that 12 inches of snow tomorrow, he won't wanna come back.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Who would, right?
Yeah.
And then
Be a long winter if it stays that way.
that's not so bad, but the highs, did you see those, 19, 22 and stuff for the day,
Yep,
for the whole week?
It's January now, if you didn't
Yeah.
check your calendar, it's gonna be January for 5 months.
That's pretty,
Well,
pretty good. It was 70 the other day.
well, you know, we have to deal with the global warming. Just hasn't hit our part of the globe yet. We're global cooling.
Fall and spring have just ceased to exist. There are days in the year where your lows are in the 30s and your highs are in the 50s, or
Yeah,
like a week.
and we can't complain. We didn't have a snowstorm yet, so that's,
Yeah, they've got it worse in my area, down by the Twin Cities.
Yeah, I hear over over by Minneapolis country, just really nasty. Yep.
My mom said, called her yesterday, and she said there were 6 inches on the ground, and they had, and she doesn't know why, but the plows were out at all. She had driven to town, tried to go into work, coming home, she just drove in the ruts and slush, just missed the ditch. All of her vehicles in it.
Flushed her way home. Yeah, the other day on the Ford, was gonna pull the pin and roll the ball over. Couldn't pull the pin. And I knew about a year ago I had some problems with it, and I should have just took that ball out and just laid it over. Yeah. And you can't hardly lubricate anything in there. I thought, well, there's a hole on this side that you can spray. No, that's solid steel box. So it's only on the pin side that you can squirt in there, and then of course a squirt on top of it. But I suppose that's how it rusted, what slides in and out of there.
Not gonna talk yet. Dwayne, you dropped your head down there.
Oh, no.
Throwing those out?
He thought it was trick or
I
treat.
would, but that's the only one I got, I think.
Trick or treat time.
What'd you have? What'd you have?
I didn't.
What's the matter with you?
I don't know. Maybe I'm old and I'm absent-minded.
I thought you'd have a lunch bag or something.
Nope, I just got these here things. Now we share, but Dwayne said his kids eat them and he doesn't. So.
Yeah, those have worms in them this time of year too again. No, I'm gonna give you, no, get on there. I'm gonna give you something instead here. You probably,
Here comes the sardines. I'm good.
these are better for you.
Fruit snacks?
Yep.
They stick in your teeth.
It's gonna bring you
Not
sardines.
mine. I chew them up and swallow.
Gonna bring you sardines. The smoky style. Yeah.
You ought to get to the Tonight Show. You need a comedian on there.
Yeah. Sitting over there. Shanna's taking a power drink. Shanna's taking a power drink.
No, she's getting ready to hit me over the head with it. Straighten me out. We'll be done by 2:30, won't we? Should be. I hope so.
I suspect in a half hour we should.
No, he's pretty busy.
He's on his way.
Not making-
Huh?
He's on his way.
On the roof. Is he checking out our tin?
Checking out Eileen.
Yeah.
You'll get a close-up view of that one of these days.
And it lands on your head when you're walking down the street.
Yep.
That's the time it would. Sat there for 20 years and
You should take a picture of Eileen and put that in the paper. Tell them that's where it concerns.
Is there an ideal, like, X on the ground of where I should stand that keeps me safe or gets me hit?
Yes. Thing is, you probably can't get to it anymore on the way they got the streets torn up here.
They didn't tear up the sidewalks though.
yeah, sidewalk's good. And thick.
Well, we just get a stocking cap for you to wear and you'd be all right.
Hard hat.
No, she said your head's hard enough the way it is already. So. Danny said, yeah.
Okay.
I'm helping you out here. You ready?
It's 12 o'clock. We're going to call the meeting back to order. We're waiting on one of the presenters. And I think we've covered anything. Anybody see anything on the agenda that we haven't covered? Okay, that's great. So we'll wait a few minutes at least for Mr. Erickson to show up.
They used it park this morning, so this is now, so he's on his way over.
Maybe John has some news for us.
And
Oh, no, like I said, you're the big cheese here on this whole thing. Swiss cheese?
Right.
Full of holes? No, I'm kidding.
Did you, by chance, contact Lab?
He texted me he was on the way 25 minutes ago, so he should be here any minute.
I was gonna text him, but you didn't.
I didn't warn him about the labyrinth to get to the courthouse, so hopefully he's not in a hole somewhere.
He'll be up at the Indian
He's at
villages.
the gas station trying to get his tires fixed.
Maybe.
Front end alignment.
No, he's still spinning, trying to get off that hump in the road.
Might be.
Every day it's a little,
All kinds of discourse on this thing.
There is, shouldn't be nothing. He's just giving a discussion and possibly some questions, and that'll be it. What would be the discourse?
Shanna's gonna have to give us an update on which trail to drive.
Have a discussion here after this.
They're not on the agenda.
Nope.
Just Lad Erickson and John Phillips.
Yeah.
So, that's the end of that. There he is.
Hey, guys,
Good to see you.
thank you for opening up my clerk bill.
We were worried you got stuck in a hole on the street out there.
Something we should have in here. Oh, wait for it.
Don't we usually?
Never have.
Oh, is Sarah like her own? Yeah, she has that. Yep.
Yes, sir. You have our undivided attention.
ream of paper here.
I'll take,
Normally it's PowerPoint, but
I'm gonna take two. I'm gonna put one down in the commissioner that's absent. I'll go put it, so he gets it this meal.
Oh, there you go.
Did you bring a tardy slip?
what's that?
Did you bring your tardy slip?
Good
Lad,
idea, yeah.
if you move your easel, I can put these up here, one by one,
Okay.
if you want. I'll flip through it as you
I'm
tell
gonna
me.
use my easel for something else.
Okay, but if you want, I can.
Hey, Don. Yes, and I get some extra if anybody wants some.
Sorry, you're sick.
Again, there's no such thing as sick when you're an election administrator.
Yeah, you just cancel it for a week or two. Call it the late vote.
So we're waiting there, Mr. Hall.
You can do.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
whenever you're ready, I guess.
You've got the floor, sir.
Okay, thank you. For the record, I'm Lad Erickson, the McLean County State's Attorney. Asked to be on your agenda for a couple reasons, and I'm gonna try to take the short way around the barn on everything, if I can. I've got some stuff I handed out here that will, sort of correct the record. My name and our county comes up over here during your deliberations this summer. Some of the media reporting, and your project and moratorium, this capital power project, comes up on our side. So I wanted to come over and communicate with you guys about where we're at. And my first slide there is the current status of the Coal Creek Station, which affects you guys, and I'll explain how that is. But this was presented on October 7th by the state's head negotiator, John Weida, to an interim committee. There are two entities looking to buy the plant, making serious offers, and the DC line to keep a coal operation, lignite operation running there. They are looking at creating a menu of options for that, including operating the existing units as lignite boilers, creating wind storage, which is batteries or some other type of storage. There's some other devices that aren't really batteries, but I'm not clear where they're at with that. They're gonna
potentially bring in some major investments on the front end to try to get some of those things going, and then sell a variety of products through the line. There are also 4 other entities that just want the power line and reserve it for their own wind generation sources. Those particular buyers are probably going to look at a lot of political problems with the entire governing part of the state of North Dakota. And I've been told that. That's, our entire political establishment is pitching in for the first 2 buyers to keep a lignite operation. So the current status is still unknown, where Coal Creek is going to be in the future, but hopefully we'll know some answers. And the reason it affects you guys is you have a lot of workers over here. I don't know the number. I'm the state's attorney in Sheridan County also, and there's 6 mine families that just live in McCluskey. There's a county commissioner from northern Sheridan that's on the county commission that's a mine supervisor. So the tentacles of the operation, you know, you've got a couple hundred of them over here working over there, that kind of stuff. So it matters to a significant degree what happens there for our economy and our future. The other way it affects Mercer is likely the renewable components of this are gonna probably come from the west. There'll be asks, and then when I was over here earlier this summer, and what I've said publicly, is once there's a secured plant, lignite operation, I'm willing to bring the 4 counties together, Sheridan, Mercer, Oliver, McLean, and see what the practical options for the renewables to support this industry. It's going to be a different model than the way the renewables have been done in this state up till now. The renewables are going to support a lignite operation, not harm it. And McLean County, and I'll just put it here, we're not turfy about where the renewables go. Right? The company wants to do business in Mercer, that's fine with us. Okay. The one sensitivity that we have is crossing the river above ground, if we can avoid it, with wires. The state has a slogan they like to use. It's called all of the above energy. Generally, we don't talk in slogans in the county. And you guys don't either. We deal in facts and reality. We have more than just energy in these counties. One of our big industries here is recreation. And just to give you one good example of that, if for those of you that were around back in the mid-2000s, we had really low water on Lake Skakawea. And the Corps was regulating the water levels for the least turn and piping plover on the sandbars. And what they were going to do is spring releases to blow the vegetation off so they could nest. Right at the time that our smelt were spawning and our fish were spawning, they wanted to lower the lake and kill off those year classes, which happened in like 2004 and 2005. And it cost our counties tens of millions in taxable sales because it takes years for those to recover. One sensitivity with power lines is bird strikes. And if you ever cross Lake Audubon, you'll see what the companies have been forced to do because of bird strikes. And so when people say, well, let's go across the river with a bunch of renewable wires, we're a little sensitive about how that affects our overall economy. Not only are our landowners sensitive about more power lines, but we're looking at a destination recreational industry that we're trying to keep from being controlled by endangered species. And all of the above economy is a better slogan the way we're viewing this area, viewing things. Recreation dollars are just as good as energy dollars when they go through our businesses. So when I've met with renewable companies this summer, one of the asks is think about going underground, which they have the technology to do now, and it's my understanding you can go up to 10 miles underground with high voltage wire when you get around the river bottoms, okay? And the companies that have agreed to look at that, to try to get those renewables from here, I haven't run that by you guys, but I think you would have the same interests here. If its options are to go underground at the river, that's better for everybody, especially the sensitivities on our side with more power lines, because we're obviously the old legacy power lines. Now we're going to add a bunch more power lines, and the landowners are getting edgy about how many they got. So that's one way that we need to communicate. If you guys share those same sentiments, you know, right now, if they're gonna start upgrading wires and stuff, I've been asking them to take a look at going underground on the river bottoms. Helps us all. Plus, people come here. We take the river for granted, but there's people that come here from around the country because it's the last central stretch of the Missouri River, and we want them to keep coming. So that's kind of where we're at with that. Now, I'm gonna get a little on edge here on the rest of this. One of the most amazing things that has come up during this whole Coal Creek debate on our side, when I've been watching it, is how everybody seems to understand our people and our economy better than we do. They quote how we are dumb, we're gonna lose investments, we're gonna hurt our future, and we're all just dealing in emotion and all that stuff. And to some extent, that's the nature of America nowadays, is putting out a lot of noise, all right? But I'm gonna specifically mention a few things where I consider this just nonsense. And then I'm gonna get to some actual facts on where I think we're going. But my second slide here is some reporting out of the East Coast, and the links in this are probably more important than this piece. But these are called AstroTurf groups, all right? They're fake groups pretending to be grassroots organizing groups. They don't actually have boards, and they don't actually have members. They're here to hide their agenda, but portray themselves as some sort of grassroots. And if you look at this, the reason I use this particular outline is it has this printout on the front of AstroTurf groups belonging to the same entities. And this North Dakotans for Comprehensive Energy Solutions is listed there. As long as the same website, same thing in South Dakota, the same logo, South Dakotans for Comprehensive Energy. Then New Mexico's Comprehensive Energy Solutions. All these are traced back to Delaware groups. They're registered in Delaware. They're funded for corporate interests out of state, what's in their best interest. That may not necessarily be what's in Mercer County or McLean County's best interest. What they are is media manipulation groups, okay, to try to get public stirred up, try to hide under this guise that there are a bunch of North Dakotans that believe this, but there isn't. And I'll show you an example of that and why I'm here for one reason. Early on in the Coal Creek discussions, McLean County did some zoning, all right? And if you look past that article, you can read it later, but they go through how these groups work and what they do. And that AstroTurf group, North Dakotans Comprehensive Energy Solutions, got involved or tried to get involved in McLean. We didn't pay any attention to them, but the media did. And one of the things that you'll see I attached here is, for some reason, they wrote a letter to the editor around the state. This is one I took out of the Emmons County Record, where they compared McLean County zoning ordinances to the COVID-19 pandemic and the Saudi Arabian-Russian oil price war, okay? It's all hyped up to get media attention. It has no factual basis in what we're trying to do. You'll also see that we supposedly, if I highlighted these for you, the ripple effect of the McLean County decision impacts counties, not just McLean County. It's gonna affect everything from Oliver, Emmons, Logan, and how one county can do this, okay? What they're trying to do is manipulate reporters with this stuff, create negativity. The second thing, it's not here in writing, but about 3 weeks ago, when it got announced that there's very solid negotiations going on with Coal Creek Station being a continued lignite operation, they have sort of an infomercial once a month on the Scott Hennon Show. And on there, the statements were, well, maybe we can, you know, turn Coal Creek into a gas plant. So right away, my phone lights up for my miners and stuff. Is Coal Creek gonna be a gas plant, right? I gotta explain to them, this is a fake group. They don't have any facts. They're not involved in Coal Creek. And they just flame fires to manipulate the media. The third one came out last week that I did cite this. This is a release from them. And local decisions are being made, meaning us, Mercer and McLean, on false premises, political pressure, and emotion. and we're not serving our local communities. Now they're looking at exploring the state buying Coal Creek Station, right? So this goes out as a release. Everybody's supposed to call the governor now to tell them state shouldn't buy Coal Creek Station, basically is their release. So with this one was another round of propaganda to manipulate the media. I actually called Bob Harms, and we had lunch on Monday, but we don't need all this noise. It affects morale at the mine, creates rumors. All they are is manipulating reporters. They're not involved in energy. They're not involved in Coal Creek. They're just trying to stoke rumors and fears and nonsense. So I'm here to kind of start calling it on the carpet. I've kind of put up with it this summer all the time. But right now we have serious things going on in our communities. People have fears about the future, and we don't need a fake group manipulating media all the time for their agendas, which are not North Dakota's or Lignites or this area's. And I hope we can quiet all this nonsense down and just deal with facts after this. And those facts I'm going to present here, and you'll see where they have the alert, call the governor. Obviously, if the state's going to spend any money, the legislature's got to come down. There'll be a bill that you can go debate the bill out if there's going to be put state money into it, so just creating this fuel stuff for us to have to deal with people upset or concerned, or you're missing the boat, or whatever. So my factual stuff here I'm going to present, and this is outdated, but that slide that says existing renewables is put together by the grids. There's some additions to this, but the point of looking at that particular slide is what happens next, which is what 100% renewables look like. And this is from the grid physicists, right? The reason I bring this up is this is never going to happen, right? But we have a political process in this country to make people think we're going to go to 100% carbon free. And I'll show why this isn't going to happen. But we have a presidential candidate right now, Joe Biden, that has said that we're going to be 100% renewable by 2035 for $2 trillion. And if you look at this map and the amount of transmission that would take, you would need $2 trillion just in southern Minnesota, northern Iowa. There's no feasible way that this is going to happen. And to prove that, go to the next slide. Already with our current transmission system, this is from the grid and a presentation to our legislature. And what I'm doing here today, one of the things is our policymakers that will be making decisions are getting this information. So I wanted the commission here and the commission on our side this is what our legislators are hearing about. But earlier this year, the grid put on this testimony at an interim committee how the MISO grid has almost gone to blackouts and brownouts 3 times since 2019 or 2018 here. And it's because they become so weak with losing their baseload generation, and they got way overabundance of renewables for their transmission. So one of these incidences, they were able to borrow power to keep from us going blackout like California experienced this summer, because they were able to borrow some power. But this stuff is caused by premature retirements of baseload plants. And these incidents occurred with Coal Creek stations, 1,100 megawatts in the system. And there's some other plants in other states going down. So the grids don't have an answer for our reliable electricity going forward. And there's a lot of debate about it. My next slide is sort of more of the PR part of energy, but Xcel Energy has said that they're going to try to be 60% renewable by 2030. And they had an independent analyst look at it. This is the slide that was presented to our legislature, and there's some effects to us and why I bring this up. But you have to overbuild the grid 8 times that peak of 60% or of renewables just to get that to work. And currently, costs would probably be in the trillions. Just for one utility to get to 60%, costs would be in the trillions in the transmission upgrades, right? So people always say coal is dead, lignite is dead, wind is the future. Wind is done, basically until there's significant investments in transmission. And we need to consider that when we're considering what we're doing here. So the next slide was presented to our legislature, and it's basically a physical reality. The grid is full. We have no more room in the grid for renewables right now, except if we can get lignite plants replaced by solar panels and wind. That's the pressure we're under right here, is there's some transmission in these lignite counties, that if we can substitute those economies, instead of complement them, which is the policy we need to advocate, not ban renewables, but make sure they're complementing our economies, not substituting our economies, which is the pressure that we're under right now because of a full grid. There just isn't transmission capacity anywhere else. And that led to this happening in this last year. All the interconnect requests in the last round in North Dakota resulted in projects being canceled because their costs are way too high. In other words, what they're doing at the grids is saying, you want to put in renewables, you want to put in wind or solar, okay, you got to upgrade the transmission, and it kills projects. It's way too expensive. They got to find a way for that to develop for taxpayers or ratepayers or somebody to want to subsidize that anymore, right? And good luck with that. But I mean, that's where we're at. So then the question becomes, we got this big DC line over there. Maybe we could fill that with renewables and then wipe out the lignite area economy doing it, which we said no. Our county commission said, no, we're not going to do that. And the reason that physically happens, if you look at this slide, this is again by MISO, once renewables hit that 30% inflection point, they become cost prohibitive, right? It gets really expensive to run them. And if you look at their slide on the right, we really don't have the technology to continue to add these renewables. And once you hit like 60%, the physics of the grids basically break down. So we're reaching that inflection point. California got to 33% and their grids shut down this year. How far we're going to push it towards that 30% before we put way too much risk in the system, I guess that's going to be decided by policymakers. I don't know. But the physics of it are limited future of wind and solar because of transmission limitations and the dollars involved. And this is just a slide I put in here because I wanted to, this may pertain to some things that you want to talk about, but currently wind is selling for much less than it costs, and they can do that because of the subsidies. So anybody looking to buy a purchase power agreement with a wind company right now, if they need to, say, have $20 a megawatt hour electricity and it's only selling at 10, those companies that entered into those contracts in the past, they have to pay $20 and then pass it on to their ratepayers. It's another way that renewables get subsidized. And this is analysis that was done at the Allendale exchange there. There's a power line going into South Dakota there, and it just they're using wind there, but it's costing the utilities $10 a megawatt hour based on current pricing. So when you're looking at new projects in our area and a new entity at Coal Creek Station, it's unlikely if that new entity comes in and they want to have renewables. I don't visualize them signing one of these traditional purchase power agreements that's going to cost them money to run that renewable, right? That doesn't make any sense. So one of the things that these renewable companies are having trouble getting utilities to sign on to purchase power is the wind is getting sold. There's so much of it. There's such a glut of electricity, and wind isn't worth what they need to contract for. Back in the day when they were adding wind resources, you'd make more money on the wind, but now if you contract at a price, you got to make up that difference and pay the wind developer. And I think those models are probably at the end. So how that affects us is we're going to be asked to zone in projects without purchase power agreements, divide up our communities, create all this emotion on these things, with projects that may never have anybody that actually wants that power. You know, that's why I think moving forward, we should require purchase power agreements before we do zoning, that there's an actual place for this power, because wind is a glut right now and may not ever actually come to fruition. So that's probably something that we need to look at going forward. Now, the last slide is kind of on, or this next slide is kind of on the current theme of what I'm talking about. And if you look at the arrows, this is from the grids. These are physicists that put this stuff together. They're not political people or PR people or whatever. Our base load margins continue to go down. And if you look at that, our inflexible, our flexibility, our renewables continue to kind of go up. We don't have that safety margins anymore in our grids based on the direction these arrows keep going. And what does that mean for us, okay, here in this region? It means for us that our lignite mines and our lignite plants are going to become more valuable over time because other states are getting rid of their base load. And California went through that. Washington State, there was just a report out, they are done with wind. They just, their grids are just, their utilities recommending no more wind. So we are sitting in a lull period where it's hard to cash flow coal because of the glut of electricity, but there's no substitute for it either in certain times. And some people like to talk, well, natural gas is going to substitute all these coal plants here. That's not true, and here's why. North Dakota is awash in natural gas out in the Bakken. They're flaring all this gas. This next slide is from the Department of Energy. When it would actually make sense to build gas plants is up in the upper right there, and they do it based on the cost of electricity. Basically, right now, it wouldn't be affordable to build gas plants unless electricity quadrupled in price. Then it would make sense to put the money into that infrastructure. The reason that wind and solar that are there, particularly the solar, is because of the heavy subsidization. But that still doesn't make much of an economy to add that anymore because it's such a glut of electricity. So we are sitting on coal plants, lignite plants, that have different kinds of boilers than gas plants. Generally, when you see a subsidizing or a substitution of coal for natural gas, it's like the Heskett plant in Mandan did that. Small boilers, right? Potentially Spiritwood is looking at doing that, right? But Coal Creek can't do it to have any economy to it, or none of these other larger plants. The boilers are set up for coal. They'd be highly inefficient. You got to run a power line all the way to them. It would be, if there is going to be additional gas generation in North Dakota, it's likely going to be on top of its fuel supply, and there's some efforts to get that out there because there's a shortage of electricity in the Bakken. That's where you'll see it. But one of the things that happens in the propaganda part of this is you're fighting for an industry that has no future because somebody's going to just place gas. Where gas is affecting coal is in the daily pricing of it. It's cheap right now, so it's hard to get coal to compete with that pricing for the base load. But as far as the needs in the grid, building new gas plants makes no economic sense. Or replacing gas plant turbines here. Lignite plants are not dead. They are needed. One of the scenarios that I was checking on earlier is because the West Coast has gotten so weak in their grids and they're not sure what to do now, there's an interconnect in Miles City. And I asked this question of our transmission guy, but if we took a transmission line from these plants over here on this side and ran it to Miles City, what would that mean? It would mean very good markets for our SPP plants here that can get into the West Coast where they need the electricity. And we're hoping our policymakers start looking at those kind of solutions to make us more valuable because other states have gotten so weak. We still sit, one of the things, everybody likes to demonize coal, but in this area of the country, we do not remove mountains to get at the coal. We don't send miners down 2 miles and try to dig coal out and then ship coal by rail many, many miles, 100 miles to a power plant. The reason our plants ended up where they are is they're on top of their fuel supply and they're easy to get at. And between the Powder River Basin in Wyoming and us, we're still very competitive. There wouldn't be people looking at buying Coal Creek and loading $2 billion into that if it wasn't a reasonable economic investment. So everybody else in the world wants us to give up on lignite here, but the core of our communities are still those lignite miners, and their future isn't dead. There's challenges, but there is a future there. And as the state moves, that future is gonna have to include carbon capture. That's just the nature of the business. And last week, if you saw that dedication out at Blue Flint, Jason Bohr from the Lignite Council thought there'd be about 15,000 jobs in capturing carbon in North Dakota over the long term, not just on these plants. But our future, that we can provide that reliable electricity we always have, is not as bleak as people and pundits like to make it out. Like, you don't stick by your lignite miners now, you're losing your future. That's all that propaganda from those fake groups and stuff, trying to get you to say coal is dead. But there is no physics answer to it either, or economic answers. So it's a matter of having state policies that recognize its importance. We all know in these counties, there's no football games in the Fargo Dome when it's cold or hot or not windy without our lignite miners. There's no hockey games at the Ralph in Grand Forks in the winter when it's cold or 22 below or not windy. There's no agribusiness. None of that stuff, all that falls down on those lignite miners. And we need to make sure the rest of the state recognizes that significance. It gets overlooked with this propaganda and energy. But we live on those lignite miners, and we need to, and our legislators, I think, are understanding that when they look at the evidence, we better protect these lignite plants for the future if we don't want to end up like these other states. So I went to the coal conversion counties. Well, there's one last slide there that shows the red just came out from the MISO grid, where they're going to have to add transmission. And it has the reddest areas are where they need to add transmission. And you can see we're in that. And that's going to explain some things I'm hoping our legislatures looks at coming up. One thing that we need to be conscious of is, I include some slides here. This is from a solar company that was over here doing some PowerPoints or something, where they circled Antelope Valley and Leland Knolls, and then they put in here, anywhere we can get transmission, we want to put in solar panels. And there's a lot of federal subsidies. But there's false equivalence when you try to compare energy sources, but primarily the lignite economy is based here in North Dakota. The money from it stays here. Primarily the renewable economy is made in other places, not in North Dakota. Okay? We are given enough of that incentive to basically manufactured consent to put it on our ground. But the production tax credits, the investment tax credits for solar that go to those companies are packaged. 2018 Wall Street Journal and some other did a really good expose on this. But they get them, they package them into like bonds, they sell them on Wall Street banks. There's a lot of money made on these renewables in other places, which is why we're always being told it's in our best interest and we're gonna have all these jobs that really don't exist, because there's a lot of money made out of state on this stuff being here. So these are projects that they were looking at getting solar around these substations. The second one, and I'm going to briefly talk about your Capital Power, there's another one there that is in a potential future mine area. And then on our side, the last one that I put in here, this is from a solar company. Right on the other side of it is Coal Creek Station, and there was intense leasing in here this summer, similar to what you guys are dealing with. All the companies were trying to get in here, and here all the way down to the river, offering all sorts of leases that they actually don't have to provide the landowner much, but they get long-term tie-ups of the land. So we put some moratoriums in place too because of that. Over there, this is ground that a new owner of Coal Creek will be looking at actually paying the landowner for projects, not just getting them to lease, but actually trying to get projects through, like storage. The wires, if they come from Mercer County, will come through this area for Coal Creek, most likely. You know, the river's down here to the southwest. So one of the reasons that I went to the coal conversion counties is I had some thoughts. And looking at what's happened to us over the summer, the first thing we need to do, policy-wise, and people are working on it, is if there's gonna be a premature shutdown of one of our lignite operations, I think there's a governing role for the state to take a look at that. We've ended up pretty fortunate with Coal Creek based on the personalities at the state that are involved and they're trying to keep this together. But Wyoming went and put together a pretty good law because they're dealing with the same thing. West Coast companies want to shut down their lignite operations, get the wires just for renewables that benefit those West Coast economies, and put Wyoming into a depression around their lignite towns, or they're not lignite there, but their coal towns. So a proper shutdown procedure would look at what is the reason for this. Is there buyers for the plant? Is there, should we took land from farmers and for a reason, to have a lignite economy. So if we're gonna now repurpose all that for renewables, we probably start over and say, what is the state needs to decide, is this something we're gonna do? Instead of complementing our lignite with renewables, which we need to do, I think, going forward, the concept that these out-of-state companies can have is, let's replace the lignite plants to get the wires so we can get the production tax credits in our home economies. And there, I think the Public Service Commission should have a role in saying, no, we are not doing it. McLean County Commission said, wait a second on this, while we're looking at this, right? But we have a role there. The second area I think the legislature has to look at is, we're on this, because the transmission is here, we gotta look at how this fits together with the surface owners and the mineral owners. In other words, surface owners might wanna sign up for wind, but they don't own the minerals. And you put wind on there, the coal company has to pay for removing the surface structures, which might make it cost prohibitive and shut down a mine. And when you look at the intense leasing that we experienced this year, or attempts to lease, without consideration of what that might do to our mines in the future. One of the things that originally came up back in April, March was the original plan GRE announced was 800 megawatts of wind, West River, run the power line to McLean, right? Shut down the lignite economy there, which with Coal Creek size is maybe a third of it. You have more plants over here. But then the question became, on our side, what do we do to the lignite plants and mines on the west side of the river if you put renewables on top of areas that in 10 years the mine wants to get at? Or the power lines are all crisscrossing through these areas and all those have to be removed, right? And 800 megawatts would be about half of what they could put in that DC line. So you'd be looking at 400,000 or 500,000 acres potentially of renewables to fill that DC line. What's North Dakota gonna do for power in 10 or 15 years if we allow a short-term decision of qualifying for production tax credits in 2020, and then in 10 years from now, we've developed rare earth metals, we've added carbon capture to our plants, but our fuel supply is inaccessible because of the economics of removing all the infrastructure. So on October 7th, I presented this to the Legislative Interim Committee, that we need to govern here now, okay? We're on the same ground. There's probably ways to make renewable fit with our lignite deposits, right? In other words, the mine puts together, you know, a mine plan that goes out many years. Renewables want to run for 25 years. The question is the mine going to be hampered by that? Who's going to pay the cost of removal of that infrastructure? Do the subsurface mineral owners' property rights just get totally quashed for the surface owner wanting those immediate wind turbine dollars? I don't think the county ordinances are ever going to be sufficient enough to address this. So I've asked the legislature to look at it because the PSC permits the mines. They're looking at the directions these mines are going. And then they also permit the renewables. And if they have the discretion, I would never support that you have to ban renewables on top of lignite deposits, because there's lignite deposits all the way out to Dickinson that'll never be mined. That's not what I'm talking about, but a governing role where you can try to fit these things together, like maybe a bad analogy, but too simple, but like we do with gravel pits, all right? Somebody wants a gravel pit. Doesn't really benefit the county probably. Benefits Northern Improvement or something. So we take a look at who's in the neighborhood And can we keep the dust from driving them crazy and the noise from the bash plant and all that stuff? Can we make them build up a road going away from where there's people and it's safe, right? Well, the PSC, now that we have people competing for the same acreages in different industries, the lignite industry, the renewables are coming in here. They only got the whole state, but they'll come in here because they can get at the transmission of those power lines. So they want to push in where those lignite operations are. And I think we got to get a governing system at the state to take a look at ways of keeping some order to this. If we would allowed, if these areas on the south side of Coal Creek Station, if companies that don't even have a fax machine a Facebook page, trying to lease up all these acres. Well, next year, companies might have to come to those same landowners and say, hey, we want to buy your land for a renewable storage project. Well, I leased it away on a speculative project, and they're holding the lease, and now I got to buy them out, and they take profits back in their company. Well, spec projects probably need to be done. In other words, when we were developing wind, you had people speculating, putting projects together, and then trying to sell them to a legitimate wind developer. Now that we're out of transmission, the grid has way too much of it, wind in it. We're trying to make sure our lignite plants don't get thrown to the wolves on all this stuff. Probably need to look at how we do our leasing laws and our other things, so we make sure that when a landowner signs a lease, they're actually got a reasonable chance of getting a project, instead of just tying up land for somebody to go sell and make money on selling to somebody else. If you remember the oil, I don't know how much oil development you've had in the county, but when we went through this in the Bakken oil boom, companies were coming around, three guys, I call them three guys in a fax machine companies, and they're all trying to get us, and they came to my door too, to sign Bakken leases. And at the time, the Bakken leases were going 18% royalties to the landowner. And I have my minerals. So they were interested in leasing my land for up to 5 years. Didn't have to do anything for up to 5 years. And then they offered me 12% royalty, right, when the Bakken was 18. And what they're trying to do with me and my neighbors is they were trying to get us to all sign, and then they get an investment package. Then they can go to an actual oil developer and say, we've got this investment package, and then they take the cream of the crop between 18% and 12% on the royalty development, which could be millions of dollars. The renewable companies aren't doing anything different than the oil companies are doing. They're trying to, you've got these spec companies, I'll call them, trying to lease and lease and lease so they can get an actual developer to buy them out, and they can make a profit. None of this does us any good, right? It gets our landowners excited that they might actually get a wind project, but they aren't. I mean, they don't have an interconnect, they don't have a place to sell the power. What they do is they're creating investment vehicles around here. That's what those wind and solar companies did a lot in McLean this year. So I think we gotta look at, what you wanna do is have it so a legitimate utility, a legitimate company wants to build renewables. It's a legitimate thing to actually put through planning and zoning, and not spec projects so somebody has more value to sell to somebody else or whatever. With the emotions that this stuff brings, I'm not sure it's worth doing that at this stage. So, my last slide there, I just wanted to mention that I did bring up that the legislature shows that tractor, and this is off a YouTube video. And I did it because of the turn there. See that turn that farmer was making before he hit the line? Obviously, a landowner has a self-interest not to drop a power line on their head. But what we learned in our county over the years is, back in the day, they put these power lines in, they didn't consider farmland of any value, so they just crisscrossed those fields, and that's back in 80-horse tractor time, single axle grain truck. Well, now we got all these power lines going through our fields, and then you have, you know, the ones that go from like the dam and DC line sort of meandering to the east, southeast, and you have the Minn Kota lines meandering, kind of going up towards Grand Forks, crisscrossing those. If you ever get north of Wilton up there, you just look at all the jumps and stuff. Some of our landowners, you know, are farming around like 20 DC line towers, and it's written right in the lease that if they damage them, they have to pay. They're liable for all the damages. And the landowners in that instance got $3,625 per tower in 1977, and that's it. No more compensation. So the theory is we're gonna put up wind turbines someplace, some landowner's gonna get $8,000-10,000 a year for that turbine, but everybody else is gonna support their brag on these old power lines now that are getting repurposed, and it's all liability on their end. Well, to address part of that, I've asked the legislature to look at no-fault insurance on the landowners for negligence. And the reason is because farm equipment has tripled or more in size. Horsepowers on tractors have gotten to the point where you can knock down a DC line and cause tens of millions of dollars in damages and lose your farm by a hired man working all night and making an accident happen. And the utility companies don't necessarily control their insurance companies. So my concern is when I look at some of these slides that we're gonna need 8 times more transmission in this area. We're gonna be running through our fields more. We're gonna be burdening the guys actually farming the land, right? They're not necessarily the landowner. Could be a guy renting that, oftentimes is, you know. If he knocks down a power line by accident, should be you fix your tractor, utility, you fix your power line. It's an accident, right? It's not something to bankrupt a farmer over. So I've asked the legislature to look at that. As long as they're asking us to absorb a bunch more power lines up here, we've got to have some policy that protects our landowners a little bit. So I guess what I would say is this. I read the media report over here, and wind and solar have a tremendous marketing machine. When we make decisions in planning and zoning, we usually don't ever have to consider economics. If somebody wants to build an Olive Garden in Stanton, okay, they're probably not gonna cash flow it, but we don't care. We just make sure they're not screwing up the roads and doing all that stuff, right? We've been sort of thrust into all this economic debate because everybody wants to teach us how stupid we are by doing some zoning or moratoriums and how much smarter they are and how much we're denying the future of our counties. But what you'll see with wind and renewables is when you get past the sales pitch, there's actually legitimate reasons to have renewables in your area. The sales pitch that they're trying to get the public to believe is mostly hype. And it's not, how they do that is construction costs are meaningless to your economy. Typically, the way that, if you look at the propaganda that gets put out to you, is they'll say, this price.
You'll have a recording of the rest of it.
We're gonna bring your community 1.5 billion in investment. And then they'll get on the radio or they'll put in the ads, you're gonna lose all these investments in your community. But most of that money is buying the turbines and Siemens in Germany or from GE. It's not an economy here. If we took a semi-trailer and we filled it with gold bullion, okay, $30 billion of gold bullion, and we brought it over to Mercer County and buried it in a hole, we've just invested $30 billion in Mercer County. But your economy doesn't change one bit by doing it. The construction costs are meaningless, okay? What you want is, what is the economy, what are the jobs after? That's what we tend to look at when we are asked to look at the economy. The second way this works is landowner payments. That, what it costs the McLean County taxpayers to have Ladd Erickson as their state's attorney is $2 million, okay? That's how much it costs them to have me to be their state's attorney. That's over 20 years, okay? What we commonly think of in a wage thing is what do we make a year? What the wind marketing part does is they combine 35 years of landowner payments. And then they'll say, if you look at some of that stuff I handed up, $15 million in landowner payments, okay? Well, if that's reflected on your economy, first of all, what is that on an annual basis? The way we commonly think, what does it cost to have Jess, what's her paycheck, right? That's what we're looking at. But for wind or solar, if they're absentee landowners, that doesn't mean anything to your economy, right? If they live in Arizona or California, that's just money off your fields that goes to those states for some of these numbers that are put together to try to make it sound like our commissioners don't know what they're doing. We cost the state billions of dollars. We cost them hundreds of millions in payments. It's all propaganda. There's a union that appeared at some of this stuff. They actually construct the wind turbines, and they did an economic analysis that our zoning ordinances cost us 600 jobs. Somehow there's gonna be 600 jobs. When the plan was to run a power line across the river to the DC line, McLean County lost 600 jobs somehow. And we lost $37 million a year in landowner payments when they're gonna pay for, 5 miles of power line poles, you're gonna get all these millions in landowner payments. People make up all these numbers for the sales pitch propaganda part of this. The reality of it is always much different. So what you could have, well, the other thing you wanna watch too on the sales pitch is the taxes. When they come to planning and zoning, the state, there's some graphs, and what they do is they list states for potential wind, okay? And they'll put a number on it, and I think North Dakota's at 38% efficiency, something like that. Whereas like, another state would be at, I don't know what state to pick here, because this is all making, an example, but let's say it's Nebraska, they're at 22% efficient, the turbines run at that. So what they'll do is take that number, 38% efficiency, and you calculate out how much you get in taxes, and you're given a number, let's say that's $1 million a year in taxes from that wind farm, okay? Then what they'll do is hey, that's over 20, multiply that by 20 years, so you're giving up $20 million in taxes. Try to keep this illusion that that's what you're actually doing. The reality, and I've got spreadsheets from different counties, the taxes are actually not based on theory, on what theoretically your wind is. They're based on the efficiency of the wind turbines, which is probably about half or less. Right? The wind turbines are effective somewhere in that 17–18% of the time. That then reduces your income. And I got a bunch of spreadsheets on this from different counties, but one of them I got was from Evans. They were told that they were going to get $1.2 million a year in property taxes split between the county and the county schools. They ended up with, originally they ended up with, I think, $700,000 a year. Roughly, not quite, less than half, but that's based on the real efficiency of it, not the theoretical that they try to sell you on. And after the first of this year, because of legislation last session, the state's gonna start taking a third of that for general fund. So you'll lose a third of that. Not nothing, I'm not saying it's nothing, but when we're trying to make factual decisions, okay, you start putting wind turbines up where you're confining mines, what does that do long-term to your economy? If you're sold a sales pitch to do it, but reality is it's those coal miners that are keeping us going, providing real economy in our main street. That you have to compare sort of, what does this actually do in reality as opposed to the sales pitch? But where I think this is going is this. The future of our lignite mines are not going to make it without carbon capture, but they're also probably not going to make it without renewables. But the renewables need to be in a way that complement the lignite operations. And how that would happen needs to be some state policy look, right? We need to say, okay, our lignite plants have free transmission at times because they're not used, the weather's moderate, so there's some open transmission in there. The payments for that are not going to corporate headquarters somewhere else, but they need to supply these lignite operations to keep them going because we're all dependent on having that electricity on command 24/7, 365. And to continue to make these plants inefficient or ineffectively able to compete, when you have a glut of other types of energy that now we're supposed to add trillions of dollars of transmission for, makes 0 sense. So I'm hoping what happens this session is the legislature comes in and actually creates some substantive powers to get a handle on all this. Wind is basically done now until there's more transmission. Coal can't really cash flow effectively in the current environment. We've got a wash of things. We need to organize where we're at, set our priorities. And I think our legislators recognize the value of those lignite plants. Based on the reaction to potentially losing a big one, Bull Creek, there's a lot of attention to this. And if we can get policy that affects us all, you know, we're one kind of organism, I think. We should look at this. Our lignite plants are, and our coal mines, if we lose Coal Creek, or if we lose Antelope Valley, or Leland Knolls, we have vendor businesses that are a really big part of this, right? And how much do you squeeze out these people where there isn't a bottom line selling batteries or filters, because we've started to just continue to lose plants. We have a power plant technology course run by the state at Bismarck State College. If you don't have these jobs in these plants, at what point does that go away, and what do we do? So to me, what helps Antelope Valley, right, or Leland Knolls, or Coal Creek Station, helps the whole sort of combined organism, right? We didn't feel like zoning in renewables that were gonna block your mines. We don't wanna block renewables if it's gonna help Coal Creek Station. We don't care where they come from, right? But we have these questions that need to be answered before we move forward. Now, where your capital power project seems to come up here with me is, I've had a couple wind companies, big ones, come in, and they've asked me about buying it, what I thought about buying it. And my first response is, that's in Mercer County. But whatever renewables that you guys want are gonna have to benefit the lignite operation, right? I don't think the lignite operation is gonna contract or purchase power at a loss, right? It doesn't make sense to me. The production tax credits, what I would think that company is gonna be looking for is, forget this model that's happened before where we just plant wind turbines here so corporate headquarters back home can make a bunch of money off the feds. Those dollars are gonna have to go through the housing markets in Hazen and Washburn and Beulah in this future entity. In other words, we need construction companies in here building wind turbines, not investment vehicles for back home. And we gotta get, that's sort of the model that I think is coming together at Coal Creek, and would be the model for this side of the river as we go forward, right? The reason you have AstroTurf groups and all this media manipulation isn't for us, it's for making money somewhere else. And I think if we school up our legislature and work with them, we're better off. So what I've said to the coal conversion counties, what makes sense to me is, as much of the energy policy stuff we can get the state to empower the Public Service Commission to handle, the better. We don't have to be in the middle of this. We had to put our finger in the dike here a little this year, or we would have lost the farm. But PSC's got a role here that they've got to get involved. Their PSC has primarily been neutered to a ticket punching deal. Did you do that? They can't substantively govern. If we can get the PSC to take up the protection of our lignite deposits, trust duty for North Dakotans in our future is in those lignite deposits. Rare earth metal industries are coming, carbon capture's coming. We gotta protect those lignite deposits in trust for now and for the future. And if we can get the PSC empowered to take that role, I think the counties can move back into the traditional zoning, which is wind farm people come in, who's pissed off about it in the area, can we minimize their objections? We're not getting into energy policy here, guys. We're just gonna say, can we keep this thing flowing in the right direction? We'll probably know those answers based on the bills that come in January. If there's a concerted effort to try to get the state to govern now and get this on track, and then the counties can, I don't like these moratoriums long term. They're not great policy. I understand why we had to do it, because everybody got caught flat-footed here. But protection of lignite deposits, protection of our rec industry, those kind of things are more if the state would take the lignite deposits, we could look at fitting these into our cabin sites and other things along the lake, and, you know, all those other typical things, and try to get these renewables to come in, if they benefit lignite miners. If they don't benefit lignite miners and lignite mining, I don't know where you're gonna gain much if you actually analyze the facts and not the sales pitch. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm here to answer any questions. There was some other reason my name comes up with this Capital Power thing. I can't remember what it was, but I just want to say this, I guess. I don't know what brought about your moratorium, right? I didn't talk to any one of you. I don't know who proposed it, right? I didn't ask anybody to do that over here. The reason I came over here, I found out, I think Jess called me and said we did a moratorium. I wasn't aware you were doing it. I came over here in July because Jess sent me some of these protests that were happening, and they just happened to coincide. There were lawyer craft in them. They were designed to create what's called standing. You can't just go sue people. You have to have standing in case of controversy. And the company had designed those, given them to the landowners to try to create a legal case against Mercer County. That was clear from the 8th Circuit standing rules is what it was looking like. So I decided to come over here and provide the record so the county could defeat their lawsuit, which is what I was doing here. Because they don't have standing because of the uncertainties about where we're at. You know, they don't have a grid interconnect. You don't have a purchase power agreement. We don't have all those things. So I just needed the record in there so the county was potentially able to defeat the lawsuits, right? Somehow that's been interpreted as Lad's just looking out for McLean County. Our renewables are gonna be resolved, hopefully with Mercer supplying us some renewable electricity down the road to our entity over there, if that's where we're going. But right now, you know, the moratoriums made sense because we need the legislature to step up. We don't need a bunch of spec companies out there leasing up everything when legitimate companies are gonna be needed, and then they gotta be bought out, and that hurts the landowners. So the two of the biggest wind companies have been in, and we've had good meetings. And I've asked them, the question is, have you guys worked in a state that has a really good leasing law that protects our landowner rights, right? Makes sure that we get projects done, keeps the speculative stuff at bay. And they're looking. They said they'd look, but they weren't aware of what we were talking about with this problem. Anyway, there'll probably be potentially some legislation to look at how do you protect your landowners from these leases and get projects instead of just divide up these communities. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you one or two here. Just like I stated once before at some other places, I'm not sure how educated my questions are, but I'm gonna throw them out there. You said that there's, I'm paraphrasing, and I'm grabbing stuff out of context. There's no room on transmission now for wind energy. My question is, I want you to explain that, because the first thing that jumps into my mind is, well, wouldn't wind energy start to bump coal energy to get room on those lines?
The last part, get room on line, what was before that?
Wouldn't wind energy start to bump coal energy to get on those lines?
Mr. Chairman, that's a complicated question, and it's this. There are times when wind energy is gonna be used on the wires because the weather's moderate and the price is cheaper because it's subsidized and all that other stuff, right? So then the coal plants have to sit there on idle, right? They're not making any money, but they have to employ their people and stuff. And all of a sudden it gets hot, or it gets cold with the polar vortex. The wind doesn't work, and now you gotta ramp up your coal operations, which is highly inefficient, to get them up to speed, to get through that cold snap or that heat. They sat and lost money idling, you know, and then they gotta ramp up. So it's not really a matter of they're basically where the country's going is we're gonna have, you know, people wanna have two grids. Grids for when you need it, but we can't really cash flow that under our policies. And then grids when the weather's nice. And that's sort of a mess. But the problem I had with the Coal Creek stuff was everybody wants in that line, and there's ways they can do that. But then the new buyer comes in that wants to actually keep a lignite operation going. The line's all jammed up, contracted up, there's a certain capacity to it, so now the coal operation doesn't have a power line. You know, that's what the moratoriums and stuff have effect is, wait a second, the legislature hasn't even had a chance to look at this and straighten this out, you know? If you have extra line capacity, I don't see any harm in us getting renewables in our area, but if it's this idea of coming in here and replacing lignite miners with wind turbines, I think the FANG's gotta come out on that with everybody. We're gonna protect those lignite miners, because they are our bread and butter, and that's where we gotta keep this.
The transmission line going from Coal Creek, isn't that 500 megawatt, I think it's 500, big line going to Minnesota? Doesn't Coal Creek typically or normally just supply DC?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a DC line which travels long distance easier
Okay,
than
the way this was explained to me is that, and I'm an electrician, so I understand some of your talk there. One of the reasons that Coal Creek got in trouble is because the counties, some counties down in Minnesota decided they didn't want any coal-fired energy. They wanted renewable energy.
Right.
Okay. So, the question is, why would a company want to keep Coal Creek as a lignite energy? Where is their power going to go if it doesn't go to Minnesota?
It's, Mr. Chairman, what that means, it's a little more, it will go into what's called the MISO market, right?
Okay, I got that.
And first of all, I've heard Minnesota's interested in buying carbon capture coal energy, right? So
Okay.
one of the reasons the state has made an offer to get some seed money there, and the buyers are looking to get that done, is that market stays. And all of our plants, we should be encouraging that. You know, I got interviewed by Bloomberg News last week on this stuff, and reporters are really funny when they talk, because they call you with a preconceived agenda from New York, right? But I said, hey, there's Nobel-level physics happening at Nakota Power Plant in North Dakota. You guys should look into that Project Tundra. They're going to perfect a climate change solution for the world to take. They actually solve climate change for a fraction of the cost of levering up our entire countryside with wind turbines. Are you a Trump supporter, is what he asked me. And then, you know, they don't factually care, is sort of the gist of what I took. But I maybe forgot your question, Mr. Chairman.
Well, you kind of explained it that there's possible customers that want that lignite energy.
Here's the bottom line on that, okay? In May, I did a podcast with Rob Port, and I said, your climate change, I'm a firm believer in climate change. We gotta address carbon. But I said, your climate change political movement's over as soon as grandma and grandpa can't turn on the light switch, right? I mean, people want power. It took Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, 36 hours after the blackout started in August to get up and repudiate 4 decades of California energy policy, saying we screwed up. And they interviewed the former PSC director that designed it all in the LA Times. I read the article, and he said, we screwed up. We always thought that somebody would invent this magic battery and there'd be a spot market, so if we shut our plants down, we can always buy plants and electricity from Utah or Wyoming. Well, those spot markets are going away now, making us more valuable here. And the magic battery hasn't been invented yet. So California is in serious trouble, and so is the other West Coast states. So where I'm saying is, why would Minnesota politically would not want to straight up buy coal, but once the power goes out, you think they're going to say, we don't want any power from Coal Creek Station? They're gonna. I mean, it's the way it is. They're gonna be selling that power into the MISO market, right? GRE customers, my dad's a GRE customer, and they don't know where those electrons are coming from. So there's a market for coal energy there.
There must be
Carbon captured makes it way more valuable, and it's coming.
There must be, or they wouldn't be interested in buying it. But I was just curious about that.
Yeah.
Okay, how is, I'm not sure, how is our moratorium affecting development of wind energy right now in Mercer County?
Well, it's a question of whether there's transmission and somebody to buy the power, right? That's what you need. And so I hate to speak about your project. Where it's come up in my circles is people asking if I don't know if that means Capital Power is asking them if they want to buy it, or if they're just asking because they're over there talking about renewables. And they brought, what do you think? 2 companies asked me, should we buy that? So I don't know if they're planning to develop it, what they're going to do with it. So I don't know where you're at.
Okay.
If it's last year, like I put in here, there was, you're going to have to cross that river. It's a huge upgrade cost. If it's, you know, if we can get underground transmission in particular, I don't know where that all shakes out for you
Okay.
guys.
You're gonna have to help me with the physical part of this here. We're gonna, let's just say that Capital Power wants a solar farm, or a wind farm. They want transmission, about 23 miles of transmission, something like that, to get to that Stanton substation. From there, where does electricity go?
Well, there's a couple different ways,
Is it,
okay?
go ahead.
There's the DC line,
How would they get to the that's where I'm leading. Where's,
that's
how would
crossing
they?
the river.
They'd have to cross the river.
They'd have to cross the river to get into that AC line. There's an AC line over there too. And then there's an upgrade currently going on from Mankota area up to that Stanton too. So whether they could shoot juice somewhere else, you know, I don't know.
Okay, MISO typically goes east, SPP goes west, something
Yeah.
like that?
Yeah, flows that way.
So, I haven't heard too much about how they would get onto the MISO grid. Apparently, to do that, they'd have to cross the river.
They would have to cross the river.
Okay. Is there room for their energy on the SPP grid that goes west?
I doubt it. The stats I had was this summer, Mr. Chairman, there was 1,600 megawatts of wind already sited by the PSC in North Dakota that can't get on the SPP grid, and some of those applications have been pending for 4 years. Maybe that's MISO and SPP, but some of those SPP apps are waiting longer than 4 years. So I don't, we're out of, the grid's full. We can't take anymore. It's-
So, I guess all the time that I've been on the planning and zoning board also, there's never been any discussion by the groups that I've been in, and even on the committee, that we possibly might end up with a request for a transmission line across the river to get on the MISO grid. That's a possibility, if they ever got it to Stanton Station, right?
Well, there's an old line there that needs to be upgraded if you're gonna put renewables in it, but it exists from the Stanton station that went over to Coal Creek. And there's 2 of them there, actually. I think there's an AC, but I'm not sure what it is, but there's another circuit there that's, goes to Coal Creek.
So there is one existing that they could possibly upgrade that already crosses the river.
There's probably a major upgrade, and that's where I said we are encouraging that to be an underground. We don't control that, but it would help things with my land, you know.
Okay, well, that's another piece to the puzzle that I wasn't aware of. Now it's starting to fit together. One last question, and this is just a guess. If the election went where they said they can eventually get almost everything to a renewable energy, now we understand that the amount of money that was budgeted or expressed, it's not even close to being practical. But do you think there would be certain target areas that it could affect more than others? Like the Pennsylvania coal underground mining, or could North Dakota be directly affected by that if it affected?
Well, this summer I took a lot of look at what